Hello and welcome back. We're on, sadly, the finale of Neon Devils. I'm gonna miss this game, but this episode's gonna be really good. I'm really excited about it, and hope that we're not gonna be really sad at the end of it because there's a lot of things that could go wrong. Um,
So
before we jump into
much.
before we jump into everything, though, I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves. So let's start with oh, I guess me. I'm in the top left. So I'm Raven. I'm the creative director for the Raven Evermore, which includes a lot of different things involving tabletop, from being a professional GM to designing games. Um, there's actually my game system, Fundamental RPG. The second edition is going to be available. Ugh, words are hard. Be available for pre-order this week, probably by tonight. I just have to finish a couple things, and then they will be available for pre-order. Um, so a lot of exciting stuff there. I'm also going to throw out the sponsors information into chat because Fundamental RPG is one of the channel sponsors. And then as for who I play Kat. She is a supernatural detective in was it Deus, Los Angeles? Was that the name for the city? Did I get that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you did.
Help me out here.
No.
It dawned on me that I haven't ever actually said the name of the city in the game, and I was like, wait, was it actually that?
You've barely
Anyways,
been there.
Kat's a bit of like a John Constantine type character, so she uses a lot of magic, and she's a little chaotic and quirky, and she's getting really, really, really annoyed at gods now. So it's gonna
It's
be fun.
fair.
But that's me. And
Especially
that's
since
Kat.
our plan is to ask them for help.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ask is a word that Kat wouldn't
Firmly
necessarily
requests.
use. There you go. With that, I'll pass it on down to Paladin. Tell us a little bit about yourself and Daniel.
Hi everybody, I'm Paladin Hulk, Twitch moderator for Random Tuesday, Little Red Dot on the Starwood Initiative. And I'm happy to be here. Sad that it's the finale. I'm playing Daniel Vanderveer, LAPD detective. And I've been tasked with sacrificing myself for the greater good. So yay! I started this game off in a very selfish mindset. You know, the character, not me personally. But no. So having this character growth moment for him has been really cool. And I'm not quite sure where we're going to end up because a lot of things are in the air. You know, a lot of things could happen. So let's see which path we go on.
Absolutely. Next, we've got Mr. Parr. Tell us a little bit about James Cook and yourself.
Oh, hi! I'm Mr. Parr. I'm playing James Cook here in this wonderful show, using the playbook, the crooked playbook. I'll say proud after all this time. I never have to look at my moves. I am just a normal guy trapped in the Fey realm with a baseball bat and a hunting rifle, and somewhere in there is a good story. But this ain't it.
All right.
What?
Next, we've got Nate. Tell us a little bit about you and Marco.
Hello, I'm Nate. I'm an advocate for pretty much all things tabletop, and I'm playing Marco Verota, who's a werewolf with the Monstrous Playbook. And we'll see what some sense of honor gets him into these days. I'm excited.
Fantastic. Next, we've got Econorlax. Tell us a little bit about yourself and Tabitha.
Hello, I'm Ekinorlax. I play TTRPGs and chill base or farm or camp building computer games on Twitch. Blackfeather Cult is the spot you can find me most often, except my own channel, of course. And wherever I appear, I have two simple goals: meet new friends and get better at talking with people. Today I'm playing Sergeant Tabitha Urquhart. She's just a normal or gal, being a normal cop. 6 foot tall, green mountain of a body, 90% muscles and 10% donuts.
Also normal.
In a way,
Normal.
she's the most ordinary member of the department. Started as a beat cop, now she's more of the desk sergeant than detective. She's mostly about holding her crew in line in a paperwork filled with all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. And making human sacrifices is really not going to look good in that paperwork. So,
That's why you leave it out.
no. You can't leave stuff out of paperwork. Paperwork has to be legit. So she has plan A and plan B. Plan A is finding a way to the city without making any human sacrifices. Plan B is sacrificing herself and not giving a fuck about paperwork next.
That's true. The dead don't tend to worry a whole lot about paperwork.
That's fair. That's very fair. My name is Yasmin, or on stream here, Bodalia, or you can find me on Twitter at YTatianaArt. I'm an illustrator and a visual storyteller at heart, and Neon Devils started as a personal art passion thing of mine that turned into a story. And I do have to give a shout out to Troll and Prettiest Princess, who's in our audience today, for helping me put together the fairy side of the realm that our characters have been running together. The Fae and the Queens and the Courts were all very gratefully loaned to me for this storyline, and I really appreciate it. And I am also really sad that this is our final session for this particular story arc, but I do hope that we might be able to get to reuse this world in the future. Fingers crossed. And from last session, let's do a quick recap and catch you guys up. We left off feeling a little destitute for options. We found out that the Offrey were set free because of one of the most powerful prisoners that had been locked in the third city, the city of Blood and Bone, was so angry and so mad and wanted to get out so badly that her power started cracking the walls, the impossible to crack walls. And the Alfrey took the opportunity and slipped out, causing havoc both in the mortal world and in the Fey world. And the only way to get to the third city was through sacrifice of the blood and the bone kind. And half the party was very willing to sacrifice themselves and very unwilling to sacrifice even the lowest scum of humanity, which shows you how absolutely compassionate most of our players are, which is very sweet, but unyielding. And what the audience didn't get to see was the deliberation that happened behind curtains. Our group got together and got to weigh the pros and cons and put together all the information that they've found over the course of the time that they've spent in the Fey realm and what they know, to come up with a plan. And their plan was to reach out to the 5 queens, one of which they already have on their side, well, 2 of which they have on their side, to enlist their help in breaking down the third city, or not breaking down, but getting to the third city so that they could at least quell Demeter's anger and aggression. And so that's where we are. Our party needs to reach out to both the Spring Queen and her court and the Winter Queen and her court, and the Summer Queen and her court. Sorry, I forgot about summer. But we're starting off, we're still in the Rust Queen's court. The Rust Queen and her people have given you their word to assist you because they very adamantly want to repair what is broken. And that seems to be a precursor for everything that they do. And you guys are now tasked with going and getting the queens.
Is that the precursor to everything they do? Don't they live on a garbage dump?
They do, but they repair, they use they they use. Sorry, I was reading chat. They use the broken to build new things. Is what they do. They are repairers and fixers, but perhaps not the way that you believe they should be repairing and fixing. So they just collect the trash. They don't break it.
That's fair.
So they're just recycling.
Yeah.
That's good.
Excuse me.
And just as like flavor for later on, Troll has shared some of the artwork that has been done for the four queens. So when that comes up, I'll share it with you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So the summer court is also ruled by Queen. I hope the Monkey King is the highest brass there.
I mean, maybe.
So who are we planning to talk to first?
Well, the spring court and queen is also in the first city. And then winter and summer are in the second city.
Okay.
We're in the first one, right?
Yes.
The spring court it is.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, like, the spring court seemed the most amicable to us, I think, as well.
What do we... I'm just going to ask, what do we know about the spring court? Because I know you mentioned it before, but I don't recall specifically what.
I haven't said anything particular about the spring court, just that they're there in the first
Exactly.
city.
Okay.
It's summer. It's summer and autumn we know most about.
So
Yeah.
the Rust Queen, who is there to kind of like at least guide you to the edge of her domain, it kind of like gives you an eye roll, and when talking about this spring queen, and again mutters something quietly to herself and looks at you guys and says, best be on your best behaviors as you approach the spring court. Though I do find that you will probably feel most at home there. And she juts a thumb back to Unwanted, the gentleman with the leprosy bedazzled face, jewel encrusted disease, who swaggers up to you guys, and particularly right up next to James, and gives Kat another leer and looks back at James and the others and says, "I'd be happy to escort you."
All right.
Lead on, good sir.
Habita choose a bit on the statements best behavior, looking at James and Kat. And Daniel has been also out of line a lot recently. Okay.
Marco's a good boy, everybody.
Best
I've been
boy.
fine.
Yeah.
So, do we all go, or should
You
some
can
of us wait outside?
You are also welcome to split the party and try and tackle queens at one at fuck. Sorry.
I don't think we have time for
Split
that.
the
Yeah.
party, and I don't know if we have time for that.
Time to split the party?
I mean, that we
It's
can
your
do.
call.
I was gonna
You
say,
can
wouldn't
do
that
it
reduce
together.
time?
We could do it like in like quick snapshots, whatever works for you guys. But it's your
Wait,
call
are
how you want to
are
do
we
it.
talking in-game time or out-of-game time?
I don't actually know, to be perfectly
So-
honest.
I mean,
So I feel like
both are in short
in-game-
supply.
I feel like
Let's just
in-game it
follow the
saves
rules.
time.
No splitting the party.
In-game, I feel like it saves time, but if we're talking out-of-game, I get it.
Depends on if Kat and Amelia are going to, together. It might not save time, but
Oh boy.
Uh, yeah, I'm down for either way. If we want to go, all go as a group, or if we want to try and split up.
Or leave some people out of a court.
Yeah. What do we know about the summer court? That was the one that was pretty much like
Oh,
war games.
about
and
this,
Yeah.
craziness.
in case of the summer court, I
Okay.
wanted to use one of my moves.
I was gonna say
Open.
Tabitha and Marco would probably be best off for the summer court, honestly.
Oh yeah, definitely. Except the Monkey King really likes Daniel.
Exactly.
But I'd rather
And I
not
bet-
talk to him. So.
Hey, the fate of the world's on the line.
I'm already dying to save the world.
You speak
think
to your
that's enough.
monkey. You speak to that monkey.
2 questions. Does Tabitha and Daniel want to go to the summer court? And second question, is Kat able to teleport there from here?
No. Cat cannot teleport across the bridge. She has to pay a toll again.
Right.
She can teleport to
Cross.
the bridge, cross the bridge, and then teleport when she's crossed the bridge. But
That's right, I forgot
secret-
about the bridge thing.
We lifted it that one time because it was right at the end of game in combat,
Yeah.
and I was like, I'm not even gonna deal with it.
So I think in terms of real time here, I think not splitting the group because that always takes time itself, making the split. Let's simply roll through the courts en masse.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. Let's go
Okay.
to the spring court.
So, Unwanted leisurely walks you to the spring court. It's not a long trek, but it's long enough that you're probably growing tired of Unwanted's endless stories. Unwanted will not even give you an edgewise into the conversation. He just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. That most normal people would be very frustrated by the end of the conversation. And the strange brassiness of the first city that you guys have likely, yes.
Can we direct some of this of these stories to the spring court, at least so they are adjacent to the problem, so we learn something?
Unwanted, in a very cavalier manner, you are able to direct it, but you're not really sure if the conversation at hand gives you any real substance. But Unwanted tells you about how much he loves the Spring Court, but the Spring Court doesn't love him for obvious reasons. But he loves it
Oh.
because the Spring Court literally is a hedonist's delight. In great detail, Unwanted describes the buxom women and the ephemeral amounts of wine that literally sparkle like you poured fairy blood and glitter into them, and that their parties are serious ragers, and
Mountains
like-
of cocaine, man.
and like
Mountains.
you get the feeling that if Unwanted wasn't so unwanted, that Unwanted would have deserted the Rust Queen to go and be a part of the Spring Court.
Oh.
Now I get why he's so adamant about leading us there. I get it.
Wow. Well, this has all been a lovely tale.
Yeah, I'll just stay outside.
All right, so Gabby gives you a look, but she decides to stay outside with you also. And so the brassiness of the city that you've become accustomed to begins sprouting seedlings and grass and flowers until you're walking into bountiful pastures and glowing garden groves of twinkling aspen trees, and music pours out of everything, and it's every single instrument that you could think of. However, the diversity of instruments and the diversity of music all seems to manage to blend together in just the most intoxicating way. As you walk further into the court areas, you begin encountering several different kinds of unclad fae folk indulging in debaucherous activities.
All right.
Oh my.
And they don't seem to be at nonplussed at all, or they are nonplussed. It doesn't really matter. It's the context for that word. They are nonplussed about the fact that 6 strangers. No, wait, it is 5 now. Strangers have walked in into this area. And you find yourself on a pedaled path. Yes, James.
I summon the imp.
The imp appears, and without skipping a beat, is no longer looking at you, but is looking at a particularly flowery, buxom babe, jaw agape, eyes literally bouncing out of his skull, and going, hubba, 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 you see the jugs on that bitch? Which does warrant getting several flowers thrown at the imp.
Best
Flowers made
behavior.
of steel?
What are you doing?
I might die today, so I might as well let the imp have some fun.
The imp gives James a peck on the kiss and a slap across the ear before zipping off into the distance.
And then bring him back. Nerd.
A couple of things for Kat. Well, for me and for Kat. One, I have a question. Are any of these people redheads?
It is only now you have this thought? I expected you to ask about redheads like 10 minutes ago.
I knew I was refraining from asking something, because I'm like, we're on a mission here.
I had to ask for James.
There are numerous different types of women and men, and everything in between. There in fact, there is a very undiscernible difference between gender. But yes, you do see women with red hair all the way down to their ankles, or women with jet black mohawks that are all braided and beaded, and men with violet hair down to their ankle. Like it's anything that you could imagine wanting is there, indulging themselves on a figurative silver platter.
Kat goes up to James and puts a hand on his shoulder and goes, "We're short on time. We're short on time. Let's move. We can do this. We can be strong. Let's just keep moving."
And Tabitha steps back behind them both using her width, and she puts hands on both of their shoulders. Move along, move along.
You know, we could all die today. I'm just saying.
Marco
You guys can
already
handle
know.
this. You guys can handle this. I'm putting it out there.
And
I wish I
and
could
with
give
that,
you all morale points.
With that, Kat looks at Tabitha and just goes, "Thank you. Keep pushing us, please."
We are weak. Amelia will take your hand and help guide you. And Kat, something that you might notice as she's walking with you is that flowers wilt and maggots crawl up through the dirt where she steps.
Love that.
Yeah, real great.
When Tabitha
Sugary
notices,
sweet with not.
she asks Amelia, Would that make you some sort of unwelcomed here?
Amelia shrugs. She says, maybe.
Well,
I appreciate that. Place looks too nice.
You are eventually led into the inner sanctum of the court, which is I can't even think of a way to describe it. Trees have been grown into furniture. Everything has blossoms on it. You are not exempt from watching fairies do the dirty, but among them, you can delineate the difference between the queen and her court. Let me grab a picture real quick. I'm pretty sure y'all will figure out who is who in this. That was not the right thing. There we go. Okay. There we are. So, and she is currently watching several burlesque dancers dance and sing before her. But as you guys walk in, almost like a smear of dirt across a beautiful colored painting, she looks up and she smiles at you, and she lifts a hand to stop the performance, and she stands from her throne. I need you all to roll cool for me.
What's
Oh,
no
goodness.
chill whatsoever.
No. Good lord, all of us. Who's that?
I like just because of this, like, you all got sixes. Do you want to, except for James, do you guys want to take that, or I will give you the opportunity to re-roll if you'd like? But if it's lower than 6, you have to take it.
I mean,
I'll take a free
6
reroll.
is still a fail, so
I mean, yeah, we failed pretty
Yeah.
hard.
I'm really close to leveling up, so I'm gonna stick with the 6.
Okay. Does anybody
okay,
else want to
Tabitha
re-roll?
needs to stay cool, so I will take that.
Okay. We do also have D6s if you would like to use them.
Hey,
That's
that
much
is true.
better.
much better for Marco.
We do have 4 d6. currently.
Oh, good. Okay. Y'all
Also,
are all right. So, Kat.
Also,
Sorry,
yes,
go on.
you have 2 d6 that you're able to use like against our rolls at any point. By the way.
I know.
Okay. Just
have been
making
watching.
making sure you're aware of that, because apparently I'm a masochist.
I mean, Par, you could take a fail if you would like. I will offer that to you if you want to take that instead of successfully make it through this cool roll.
No, it's got to be a genuine failure.
All right, that's fair.
It's got
Okay,
to be genuine.
so I am so sorry, Kat. You're smitten. You
This
are
tracks.
so overcome by thirst for this woman that you don't hear a single thing that she says, and you have to roll disadvantage on any other. I mean, you kind of hear it, but you're processing it differently. You roll disadvantage on any rolls you make in her presence.
Okay. And this is the queen, was it?
Yes, the Spring Queen. I posted a link in the comments there if you would like to take a look at her. She is the pastel-colored babe. She does not have red hair.
And while you're there, pay attention to the functionality of the Winter Queen's wardrobe choices. She's wearing a very, very thick, cloak to keep warm. But then there's like some
out.
stuff happening. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well, James, I guess she could be any colored hair that you want her to have. If you're attracted to it, she's got it. She's just ever changing.
That cracked me up. It's not.
So
It's
you
not
can
genuine. I know
decide,
it's not genuine.
James, you can decide whether or not you fall for that. That'll be up to you and your character. But Kat, you are schmammered. Tabitha and Marco, you are
No,
both
that makes sense.
overcome. Wait, Marco rerolled. Never mind. Tabitha, you and James. That's it. That's right. You are both overcome with her beauty, but not in such a way that it impairs you. You find yourself flabbergasted and watching the way that she walks up to you, and all you can think is that, like, the way that she walks, she moves like a dancer. Everything just rolls and moves, and you cannot take your eyes off of her even for a second, but you do have your mental faculties around you. And she says, "And what do I owe the divine pleasure of meeting you all? I have heard, pray tell, of your endeavors, your experiences here among my land." And her eyes settle on Kat, who I imagine having just sparkly hearts in her eyes. And she says, "And particularly of you in the mortal realm."
Sorry, what?
She reaches out and boops you on the nose, and you cannot help but feel like senpai noticed me.
Yeah, Kat actually giggles and then just like shoots daggers at everybody else, going like, "You didn't see that."
Okay, wow. I hate to have to step into a conversation, but we're just here to get your assistance and support in dealing with Demeter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Majesty, in these grave times,
When you mentioned
For all the-
Demeter's or Demeter's word, she puts her hands to her lips. Continue. Sorry, go on.
in those grave times, for all the creatures, both mortal and fey, we would need a little help in crossing certain bridge and dealing with certain matter.
She looks at you, and you feel yourself being sized up. Like, she looks you up and down and gives you a cheeky smile. And she says, "I have heard, and though the disease that has escaped hasn't quite reached my people, I do see the alarm that would be coming across, and we do worry for the well-being of those, especially of the mortal realm." And she reaches out to kind of like, she's moving between you guys, and she reaches out to like stroke James's cheek as she passes him. In like a very familial gesture, like one does when flirting too hard. And she says, "And while I can protect my people, to protect the rest of yours, what would I gain from that?" And she smiles, and in the way that she smiles, it's very almost predatory. Like, you might know what she wants, and she thinks you know what she wants, but she really wants you to say it.
Is it a zigga zigga ah?
Oh my god, that was amazing.
I'm in such a mood today. I'm so sorry.
I would have it any other way.
Timing was just chef's kiss. Love that. But Kat just sort of like sort of dreamily just goes, "Oh, what did you want?"
Oh, God.
Wink, wink, and nudge, nudge. Because Kat rolled a 6 on cool.
So cool.
She looks at Kat, and she looks at the others. And she like sits there, she kind of pops her lips, which all of you, except for Barco, who doesn't really care, realize that her lips are like undeniably luscious. And she looks at the rest of you, not just at Kat, and she says, I can't suggest a gift, but if you're suggesting, and she leaves it open for interpretation. And looks at you guys.
Hey team, can we huddle real quick?
Hold on, wait one.
just give us a moment.
She nods and looks back at her performance team that starts dancing again.
Let's huddle up really quick. Are we huddling?
Yes, we're huddling.
Do
huddled.
we need all 5 of them?
Yeah, we're huddling.
Do we need all 5?
Yes. I mean, you can try it without. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to end this game.
Okay.
I mean, Kat's huddling. She's constantly like looking over her shoulder, but you know, you've got part of her attention.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm a terrible gift giver, so this is on you guys.
I get the feeling she just wants our time and attention. So I mean, if we get her to agree to help us out,
We're kind of limited on time and attention right now.
Exactly.
yeah, if
Everything.
we
sort of-
die,
Blurts out.
I turned Cat's head back again.
Say that one more time.
Oh, I just said Kat just blurts out. I volunteer as tribute to what James said.
That's the thing. Well, giving gifts to fairies is dangerous, but we can't afford literally anything right now, with now being the problem.
What do we do here? Like an IOU, or sorry, a we OU?
we'll come back to party super
That's
hard.
no, that's from what I've heard, that's the worst thing you can say to fairy. We owe you.
You'd have to put some serious parameters on it.
This fairy, just fucking fairy shit, man.
Okay, so we've got something real important that we have to see to. I mean, we'd love to come and party and just hedonist it up, but we've got some duty we have to see to, and so she helps us with that. We could come back and afterwards just
That still sounds like an like an open IOU. So
throw a rager
Alright,
for
what if-
24 hours. So you
Yes.
just there.
24-hour rager.
Hell yeah.
So Kat speaks up with something other than thirst trapping, and says, "Look, what if? I mean, this isn't an IOU because it would be a specific time frame and like at a specific date. My next vacation time, I spend it here doing whatever she wants to do."
oh my god,
I have to give up my
Tabitha rolls
leave.
her eyes.
Oh.
Kat just looks
Amelia
at Tabitha
also rolls
and
her eyes.
Kat just looks at Tabitha and goes, "Get your mind out of the gutter. There's not space enough in here for 2 of us."
I look over to see if she's listening into this conversation.
As far as you can tell, she's not, but she has this funny little smile on her face while she is engrossed in dancers.
Can never read these people.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Is that what we have on the table? Kat's next vacation.
Sure, I do feel like it's going to be more than just cat, though. But yeah.
Yeah, I probably may.
mean-
We actually, from what I understand, Summer Cold will end up dividing our time after this adventure between the courts.
do you-
It probably work pretty much the same way.
What do you mean? Like, what more do you need than me here?
All right. That's not a question for us.
May I suggest a team building exercise?
Sure.
No, that was it. That was the suggestion.
Okay. Yeah. For like mandatory.
All right, so the solution to this is we do trust falls.
Yeah.
So everybody group up in front of the throne.
No, don't fall forward. No.
That almost came out of my nose.
Sorry.
All right. So we have no real plan then. All right, break.
Specifically.
Okay, we have.
Roll with it.
So when you guys say break, the queen again stops the performance and turns around and looks at you with expectant eyes.
Your Majesty, we're in this time of need. We might seem like paupers here because we can't offer you attention you deserve at this time and place. For what it is our duty that has to come first. Will you accept our gratitude in other time?
I could be
Okay.
persuaded to. She purrs.
So what if I just throwing this out there as a proposed thing, not agreeing to anything yet. What if I spent my next vacation here, which I should have vacation time coming up soon?
You see that cute predatory smile that she puts on, and then she looks at the others and pouts and she says, "Just you?" And she looks at Tabitha particularly and gives her the up and down again and bites her lip.
I'm like, oh, Tabitha has all her time off spent. I mean, she has all the time off possible. Never takes a day off. Tabitha, I'm sure a vacation here will be lovely.
Pulse of character. I want to go to the summer court.
Wait, why
could,
not? Wait, you could do both in a vacation.
vacation.
I had to.
Nice.
That's true. Tabitha could say, "Okay, I will spend part of my vacation here and part of it in the summer court."
Fair.
I mean,
Marco's
Kat's only planning on staying
down with
here like
that.
a week, so
7
Yeah.
days. We
We
gotta
probably
put a
should
number
have.
on it.
We probably should have discussed how many of us have time off, how much time off we have.
I'm doing the paperwork. We'll get as much as we need.
I was gonna say also, if we save the world, they can't really say no. So
Exactly. That's well.
they
Actually,
can,
you wanted
though.
to avoid human sacrifices, and it feels like we're still
Save
doing it.
lives.
This is the
Indulge
time.
your fantasies.
This is
If we
type
save the
human
world,
sacrifice
our
Kat can get
captain
behind.
will get as much vacation as he wants. That's
Yeah.
how this works.
Yeah.
We live in a shitty world. It's just okay.
She just really wants y'all to commit.
yeah, Marco will chime
The
up.
hedonist
Yeah,
wants commitment.
This
I
is
will. Yeah, no, right.
see.
I
This
will
is maybe
commit.
why we should have split.
I'm afraid. I start looking at her. That we still have. We can't spend all we have before we get all we need. We have still many cards to visit yet.
She pouts
I
again
know.
and she says, or go on.
I won't deny I would love to.
She gives you that pouty face and she says, I mean, I wouldn't take your time now. It would be what did you call it? An IOU?
No, 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 no. You're muted, Par.
Well, of course.
I knew it. That's all I was saying. I knew it.
Well, of course,
Um,
Cat chimes
our
in.
vacation time is strictly limited, your Majesty.
Yeah, Cat's like, it would have to be a specific. We'd have to make the appointment. Specific days. For me, 7 of them. 7 24-hour periods. And a specific week on my calendar.
she sighs and she says, well, then I will concede and we can discuss it further. And what is it that you need of me to help you with the offering? To get into with you said to approach the third city and resolve the concern with Demeter. Is that correct?
Yes, because even jailing Offrey again will serve not for long if her anger keeps freeing them. And of course,
Go on.
you have to sort of agree with the fact that this is conditional on one thing: our payment. That we actually survive this adventure.
Well, of course, if you die, then a deal is null. That's fine. She looks at the rest of you and she steps back and she says, I do understand that you must speak with the other queens. And she very exaggerate, like her expression's very exaggerated. She pouts again. She says, but I suppose that I will meet you at the bridge to the third city.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
please.
Also, this conversation, if Daniel was here.
Right?
No one tell him. No one tell him. When we come back, we bring him.
This is why I skipped.
Honestly, I would. That's the. He needs to. After we save his daughter, he needs to chill out. Maybe we just add him as a bonus.
He's been voluntold. So the queen goes back to watching the performance, and you guys are open to do what you would like to do next.
Bow out. Take Cat out of the room, and we can
Drag Cat with you.
To the
Amelia
second
will
city.
help.
To the
So-
second city.
You get back to Daniel and Gabby.
I think while they're in there, I want to take the time to do the plan where I leave a bit of myself behind thing.
Okay.
So
I will
also,
need you.
I think I remember that Cat broke these glasses. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I need you to roll for big magic.
Ooh.
I need to get her consent again first. I feel this is a big thing. So
Oh yeah,
say-
that's right. You have to ask her
Yep.
about it.
Yeah. I mean, she already said cool, but that was in a very vague way. So while we're sitting there, like on the bench or something outside of the court, I'm like, so, Gabby, remember when I said I would, like, leave some of my essence behind with you? We have some time now. I thought maybe this could be a good moment.
She breathes in and looks at you and she says, I'm trying to think of how to word this. How I am happy to take that essence, but how do you intend to leave it with me? Is it a kiss? Are you going to like build it into a sandwich? Like, I'm
But I
here.
just use the magic.
Okay.
Just the most direct and
She nods and she says,
it's a
okay.
big thing though. It's a big ask, and I want to make sure that you're really okay with this, because it's gonna
She
be with you for a while, maybe.
chews on her cheek and she looks at you and she looks away and she thinks for a minute before turning to you and she says, I have never stopped loving you.
Same. And I'll kiss her.
She will take that kiss.
I'm so sorry it has to turn out like this, sweetie.
She holds on to you for a little bit longer, speaking quietly, almost like fighting back tears, and she says, I will do anything to keep you with Angelica and I.
It's my hope. But this is some big, complicated magic. I might not be able to do this.
Well, and she gives your arm a squeeze. I'm here for whatever happens. And I'd rather have you with us than not at all, even if sometimes you drive me absolutely mad. And she smiles at you. She doesn't mean that there's no animosity in the way she says that.
I'll rub her head. You're my favorite person, outside of the girl.
And you're mine most of the time. I'm still mad at you, but
It's fair. I deserve it.
let's do this.
All right. I'm gonna take my time with it. I'm really gonna try to concentrate. We're thankfully outside of the insane pleasure palace, so there's no one going like, "Ooh, what are you doing?" No, big magic doesn't have a button.
I am double checking.
More than you can. More time, sure.
Magic.
Long time, meet people. Special side effect. That's gotta be the thing.
Yeah, that's the one that I wanted to check.
With it being big magic, would Daniel need Cat's help? Because I think I remember something about big magic. One of the things you might need is like multiple people.
Yeah, there's a few ways to go about it from what I just gathered.
Yeah.
And teamwork is one of them. And I think I'm gonna I'm breaking off a bit of myself and leaving it behind. So I think that's gonna be the cost.
Specific cost, exactly.
Yeah.
Weird ingredient.
Like the me that's left is gonna be at some disadvantages.
Yes. So let's see. I will, because you are in fact cutting a part of yourself out to place into that. I will use that as your sacrifice for it. So you don't need, but it never hurts to have another person help. But you, if you want it to be more of a private endeavor, that's fair.
Well,
Cat's cool, and I trust her with most magic.
Isn't Gabby a witch and she is helping already?
Oh yeah, Gabby is a witch and can assist. I always forget that. So
it's
yes,
nice that
Gabby
that's not like her main characteristic. Like I'm the witch. That's
right?
my thing. Just a woman.
She's just a grumpy woman.
Regular guy.
So go ahead and roll magic for me. And I'm going to have you roll magic 3 times.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm good at magic, y'all.
So roll 2 more times for me.
Not so
I'm
nice.
not always good at magic, y'all. Come on.
D6.
Son of a fuck. Okay, I'm needing to boost this because I want this to work.
Fair.
Nice
So,
D6.
I'm gonna boost that last one. I'm sure we have some sort of chat thing.
Well, we also still have luck.
I'll hawk some money
Yeah,
at it.
you
can
do have
spend your
luck.
Do we have your
Yeah,
luck?
yeah.
I'll use luck.
Oh, yeah.
That's better. That's probably better. Yeah. So that last one will be a 12. I'll take the second failure because not everything should go perfectly.
Okay.
The dice are definitely not with us today.
Mhm.
Um,
We do like 6s.
They're on either side of the scale so far. Like either really good or not
really
so much.
bad. Sometimes
Yeah.
Roll20 does that. So for all intents and purposes, you are able to, from what you know, to successfully do the spell. When you do it, there is an air of anxiety that lingers when you're when you finish wrapping up the spell however you want to, that just kind of leaves you like feeling a little unsure, and a little you're 90% certain that it worked and 10% certain that it may not have worked the way you wanted it to. But when you do I don't know if you want to describe how your magic responds or reacts. You're welcome to.
To what I actually do? Or
Yeah, or you could, I don't know what you're planning for that, or like how it responds to Gabby, or like what glowy lights happen, whatever.
I'm planning to just lay a glowing hand on her exposed stomach. That seems like the most PG and effective way to do it.
Fair.
And I think she'll then close her hands over my hands and help in a similar magic way. Maybe like my magic is pure light because, angel.
Yep.
And maybe hers will be like a more reddish, like a warmer earthy red. And then together it's sort of like a pink.
Cute. Okay.
Happens. Yeah. Like a nice hearty pink.
So you guys wrap up with this, and it's moments later that the rest of the team walks out, with literally dragging Cat, who is just puppy eyes back at the court.
Cat's fine.
Yeah. I feel like Kat would probably be okay after we put a little distance.
There. And then you guys, do you share anything before heading?
I think it's clear that like something happened out here.
Oh yeah,
But-
Gabby's
And something
glowing.
happened in
It's
there.
fine.
Nice pink glow to her.
Literally glowing, not like just like a normal like human glow. I don't know.
So many questions,
Some
but
people glow.
we're so short on time. Let's get to the next courts.
Yep. Everything
I
go
think-
okay with spring?
I
Kind
think
of.
with the last couple of days that Kat's had, she just looks at Gabby and just like, huh, and keeps going. Yeah,
So,
Spring Court.
how do we-
It's great. It's a great place. Could have spent my next
Yes.
vacation there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna, take some time off and spend time here.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, you should too, bud. But we'll talk about that later.
You'll remember I'm gonna be dead. So
You may, if you can get all the queens, there is a chance that you may not need that sacrifice.
We'll
We'll
prevent this.
see.
I'm
Somehow.
so sure this is all gonna turn out poorly. So
I know Daniel is so sure.
Oh, sure. Okay. So you guys, you head back to the bridge. And as you are...
don't we have the winter court here to do?
No, the winter court is in the second city.
Okay.
So you've
So
done
there's 3 in that city and only 1 here?
2. The rest court counts.
Oh, okay.
So you
Just
started
like
having
the
the
rest
rest
are
court.
seasons and then there's
Yeah.
suddenly rust.
Yeah. Well,
Did I
Rust
miss
has a
that
whole
season?
well, Rust has a whole backstory, and we don't have enough time to get into why
Okie
they're
dokie.
considered one of the courts.
Yeah, we will take that at the vacation.
So you guys you're on your way heading to the gate, or the bridge, not the gate. And on your way there, can I have you guys roll sharp for me?
Sure. Sharp.
Sharp.
Oh, I'm not a very sharp guy. Interesting.
All right,
Wow.
guys. You get to level
Yeah.
up finally.
Boom.
I got an advancement.
Me too, from
13.
that big magic thing.
What do I want?
Also, 1 second.
What improvement's gonna take? Oh, I can take another move. Oh,
I'll have Marco roll when he gets back.
I've got something perfect. Yeah.
So, Kat and Daniel. And Daniel, you will, like, you recognize immediately this type of event that's occurring. In the muddy red sky that may or may not be the effect of the Alfrey on the first city. You see what almost looks like a falling star moving across the sky instead of falling through the sky. And just like an object might emit a burst of light and a sound, when it breaks the sound barrier and immediately stops, there is, like a firework, a burst of light across the sky. And Daniel, you would immediately recognize this as Celestine energy. Yes, go on.
No. I thought you were done with the description, so I was going to say something. But
Not
I will
quite.
say after you're done.
Okay. This whatever it was that emitted the light, then you can see like almost like a burst or a ray come from it, and it just sweeps like a searchlight across the city behind you guys. And immediately drops down towards the city ahead of you, where you can most certainly pinpoint that this is to the bridge that you're going to the second city. And Kat and Daniel both see this. James definitely does not. And neither does Tabitha. You guys are too concerned with something else.
Tabitha is busy. I can tell you even with what.
So Kat, as soon as she sees this, is going to make a wish. She's literally going to wish on a falling star. Is her thought. And the wish is just like, I wish that nobody has to die today. It's a long shot.
Yeah, that's a.
But
very
hey,
good
why
long
not?
shot. I'll say, did you feel that? It's Celestine. It's angelic. That's Angelica.
Yeah,
Gotta
that was a
be,
little.
right?
I mean, I know a grand total of 2. you and her, so you're right here. So, I mean, unless there's other ones around here that I don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it's a safe bet.
Okay. I see what you're talking about, Par. You may take it if you want and choose what a perk you're gonna get. But I'm gonna cash in on that at the end of this episode. So you know.
This makes sense that this would happen.
Sorry. Continue on, guys.
If I may, Tabitha is busy recollecting the stories of Monkey King he told. Is there something useful in those stories in negotiation with Summer Court? And I think I would like to interpret this as a move on my playbook.
Okay.
This one in roll 20.
Okay, cool.
I want to stumble across something important in Monkey King tales.
Perfect. And you don't have to roll for it, right?
Yes.
So in the Monkey King stories, you get the feeling that while they are a war court, that they are very violent and very aggressive. From the stories that Monkey King had told you, you also get the idea that it's not just about violence, it's not anger, it's not hate that they mark it on, but it's passion. And that Monkey King's interest in Daniel is very, very likely Daniel's passion that he literally spewed all over the second city until somebody snapped at him. And that is likely why the Monkey King is so attracted to him and not one of the traditional fighters.
Passion. Okay. We can do that.
Okay.
Let me tell you about how much I love paperwork.
Oh no.
So you guys continue to the bridge, and just as you and Daniel and Kat anticipated, you see Angelica standing at the opening of the bridge, and Gabby's face just lights up. And she almost goes to like wave and shout like, you know, a mom would, like, that's my baby girl, look. But she like takes a big deep breath and stills herself because you never know. You don't know what's going on, and she thinks it before she shouts.
How is she standing there? Is she waiting for us? Is she?
She does appear to be waiting for you, and she has a wingspan that touches each side of the bridge. And as you gather closer, she turns to you, the wings almost moving more like energy than like actual figurative, like actual wings. Not figurative. They are figurative wings. And she turns around, light swirling around you, and the wings respond as an autonomous body part, flexing and adjusting and shifting. But as you get closer, you do recognize that they are in fact see-through, that they're made of light and magic. And Daniel, you recognize her, but she almost looks like she would be your biological daughter in the way that she's shifted and changed. Like her hair with the silvery and yellow golden highlights has a little bit of a cherubic curl to it. At one point, like before, like being Gabby's daughter, she had dark hair and dark eyes, but you can see that her eyes have lightened to like a molten gold color. And and she almost has the magic that is across her that you can see on her skin almost looks like feathery tattoos.
I mean, we're
Cat
getting
just
those
like
removed. Like,
Cat just leans over like to Daniel while Angelica is moving in and doing all this really cool stuff. Just leans over to Daniel and just like, so why don't you do cool stuff and look badass like that?
because I've never been comfortable with my magic.
Oh. No, magic's great. You shouldn't let it get to you. Like magic's awesome. You should express that more.
Always comes with a cost.
Yeah. Cat just like waves her head, starts eating a taco.
As you approach, and she turns around and looks at you, Angelica smiles, but it's more of like the smile of somebody who needs to get something done, and you're just another task on the list.
Wow, nice. Okay.
And she reaches out to you, out to Gabby first, and Gabby finally is like, oh yeah, I can be excited now. And Angelica lets Gabby pull her into a hug, and then Angelica hugs Daniel, and you feel the warmth, like all of you that are close, you feel the warmth of her magic just radiating off of her, like when a kitten sits on your chest and purrs, kind of like that.
Hey, kid. You're so grown up.
She looks up at you, and it's no longer that like I have a task to accomplish, but like a sweet smile. She doesn't immediately say anything, and she looks down at the gate and past you guys at the city, and takes a deep breath, and she says, I went looking for you at the Rest Queen, and she filled me in with what your plan is.
Yeah. We've taken some steps. I point to the glow. Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of it.
She's like, she get like the expression of confusion, and then the expression of like, I'm not ready to talk about this, and just kind of gets flustered for a moment, and in that flusteriness you see
I don't know what you've been thinking,
still.
but you don't have to do anything. I've got this. You can go home. You can go to school and have friends and go to the movies. We'll make it happen.
She gives you more or less a more melancholy expression, and she raises a finger, and she says, speaking for the first time seeing her, and this time I can't remember if she spoke last time, and she gives you kind of a cheeky smile, and then it's down to business, and she says, when you are done speaking with the courts, you have one more person you need to talk to, and we will meet you at the gate, but I need you to convince Baba Yaga to help us. She's the builder of the third city, and she is the only person that could open the door without a sacrifice.
Okay.
I will see you there. For now, I have work to do. And she gives Gabby another big hug, and she kisses Daniel on the cheek.
I reactively grab her, like, because I don't want her to go away. Oh, right. Sorry, you have things to do, I guess. I hope we get a chance to talk before. Yeah, I let her go. Remember that I'm proud of you, sweetie.
She gives you your hand to squeeze before you let go, and she smiles at you and she says, "I'm proud of you too, Daddy." And like a superhero, launches herself back in the sky. All glitter and glow and light.
Wow.
That's my
I
daughter,
watch her
everybody.
leaving, and I have to say I'm again with Kat on this one. Why can't you be like this?
Yeah,
All
Kat's
of
just
all
like,
of that is her mom, okay? Well, she gets all that awesome stuff from her mom.
so I'm just like, oh, but Kat's just like, kid's pretty badass. Good job.
Yeah.
That seems a little beside the point.
Cabby kind of like looks at you and looks back at the sky, and she's like, that doesn't run in my side of the family.
Being badass, I think it does.
I mean, maybe her stubbornness.
There you go.
um,
Let's
But
get
wait,
across this damn bridge. You know,
I actually
walking.
believe her when she says Baba Yaga is the only one that can open the doors. So I think we have to change sort of the line into other queens just helping us convince her, not just helping us with the bridge itself.
That's fine.
Makes sense, I think.
Baba Yaga is basically just an older version of Cat, so I'm sure she can, talk to her woman to woman.
Kat just looks at Danny like, the fuck? I don't.
so
I mean, right?
you guys
I
do
mean-
not. Or sorry, go on. I don't want
Kat
to.
just, no, Kat just says like, I mean, I don't build houses with legs on them or what? No.
I mean, yours
But
are
sure,
gonna
I
have
can-
taco legs instead of chicken legs. You know, it's
Oh my god.
I was
could you
built of
imagine
tacos,
A house made of
something-
tacos.
What is happening?
And Kat's just like
crossing a
ADHD gone. Imagining this house made of tacos. I can talk to her,
I'll go
whatever.
out on the bridge. Yeah.
I've got to think about how to build a house made out of tacos now. And Kat starts muttering to herself as she's walking along with the group.
Right. Hey, Daniel, you got any sort of armor or protection
Or what?
from harm?
I don't. There's no harm.
I mean, I think
Yet.
and having a backup plan is always good, but I think we would all appreciate you surviving this day.
I don't think it's gonna happen, guys.
True.
It won't happen if we won't try.
Well,
That's for sure.
If you
I don't
have
know.
some armor in your pocket that you want me to wear, I'll wear it.
I'd never do something as hokey as armor, but I did happen to pick up this amulet a while back. So you can have it. It'll give you a little protection.
All right. You sure you don't want to keep it?
No,
gonna
I'm
get rough.
staying far, far away.
Okay.
Far.
Thanks, James.
No problem.
I'll give you a handshake and then I'll take the thing.
It's a protective amulet. It gives you 1 armor. It's magic and it has a recharge. I'm not gonna use it.
Cool. So you
Next
guys
moment,
make it.
James gets shot.
You guys make it
It would fit the
across
character.
you guys make it across the bridge without any incident. You are able to find or have enough tokens to pay the toll.
I think between James and Kat, we have enough tokens for a few trips more.
for a lifetime.
I am the master of tokens.
So you make it through, and the next, did you want to go to the summer court or the winter court first?
Let's save the best for last. Let's go winter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm player speaking. I know I will take bigger part at summer court. Maybe you try tackling the winter one.
I just had a big scene. I don't need to talk.
You do whatever you want. But so we'll do the winter court next. Before we get there, let's take a quick break.
Already?
I know it's been like
Damn
an
it.
hour and a
Not
half.
real.
Son of a.
Not real.
I mean, we can
I'm
go
okay
another
with
30
that.
minutes and then break if you would prefer.
No, just
I'm
this
okay
is
with
going
break
by
now.
too fast. This is the last episode.
It really
Yeah.
is. It's going so
I know.
fast.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, we just love this this game so much. It's been a good one.
Mhm.
Oh, my heart.
But yeah, 10-minute break sounds good. We're gonna go
Okie dokie.
10-minute break. So stretch your legs, grab a snack. I know I'm gonna grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you need, and then we'll be right back here in 10 minutes. Hey, and we're back for the second half of our episode. So what happens next?
All I could think of was, hey, bisexual finger guns. You guys are, I'm going to kind of time skip to you guys getting to the court itself.
Okay.
You follow the cobblestones. So just like when you first arrived, when the Ravens gave you the key card that opened the door and you walked into the center area, you guys first realized that there were cobblestones with the appropriate markings for the appropriate courts, making the second city much more navigatable. Is that even a word?
It is now.
Yeah. So
Works.
you are able to follow these winter cobblestones to the winter court, and very similarly to the autumn court, there is a fine narrow bridge that spans the distance between the second city and the winter court itself. But unlike the filigree, fine crafted artesian court or bridge that you encountered at autumn, you experience it's ice, like fine carved glass, and it looks much more rough hewn rather than perfectly sculpted. Like juts of diamond and stone push out of it, and there is a creeping darkness beneath the ever glowing ice that holds the bridge together. And beyond it, you can't actually see the island court, but you can see almost like stars and galaxies swirling in the dark beyond the bridge. And you know that the bridge ends. And you can see where the end is, you just cannot see beyond that.
I got lost in the vibe, and I missed the words.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so
No, it's fantastic.
Hmm?
So we are basically in front of the court. Is that right?
You are in front of the court area,
Okay.
before the bridge.
Then yeah, Cat's just going right in, looking for the queen.
Hmm.
Okay.
Same. Let's
Um,
do this.
Can I have you guys all roll sharp for me?
Yeah. 10.
Me and James are still in thought about thinking about spring court.
Oh no, I'm gonna start failing on my rolls now that I succeeded for too long.
So Marco, you're overwhelmed by the fact that you can't really smell or see much at all, unfortunately. Like something might be wrong with your nose. You're doing so poorly at that. But not poor enough that you don't hear the sound of dripping water. Now, Kat and Daniel, as you are making your way across this, I assume Kat is leading, correct?
Probably.
Okay. Kat, as you guys are walking across, it becomes very clear to you, aside from the sound of dripping water and the almost oppressive silence besides that, that there is a vibration tremor running through the bridge. And as you focus on the vibration tremor, you begin to hear almost the ring of crystals. You know how, like, sometimes when you walk into like a deep cavern and somebody's talking, and you can't actually really hear them talking, but if you reached out and touched like the rocks, you could feel them talking.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. That you're getting like there's definitely sound here, but you can't hear it. You can only feel it.
Ironically,
sound,
your sound is cutting out there. Yes.
Dang it.
Sounds better now.
Let me swap my mic just in case.
You're actually good now for the
Oh,
moment.
okay. Let me put it back.
No, no, it's staticky.
How's that?
Better, much better.
We're good.
Okay.
So you know that there is sounds, and their sounds are coming from somewhere you can't hear them, but you can feel them. You do not encounter anything in particular as you cross the bridge, and when you get to the end of the bridge, you are facing what appears to be a wall of darkness.
I cast magic missile at the darkness.
Roll for magic.
No, but Kat is gonna try to like make a like a light source that we can see by with magic. Nine.
You may
Yeah.
choose your glitch, or whatever it is that happens.
I always have to double check the list. Let's go with it has a problematic side effect.
Okay. That's okay. That fits right in with what's going to happen. So you conjure your light, and the light is just barely bright enough that you can see the ground that you're walking on. Do you step forward?
I mean, I was gonna say absolutely, but now I'm concerned. But no, yeah, Cat would.
So, Kat, you step into the darkness, and Kat vanishes to the rest of you.
I
Like-
would immediately follow through. Like,
Okay.
that's-
Does everybody else follow through? Does anybody stay behind?
I follow. I'm gonna hold Gabby's hand, and her glow should be enough.
Okay.
I don't
I'm
wanna
not letting-
use any more magic, so unless I have to.
Tabitha feels a bit out of her element, but she needs to just to follow to keep things in line.
Plus, we all have flashlights. We're cops.
James too?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So you all plunge in after Kat. And you can see Kat's light very, very dimly and flickering, since the light is ahead of her, I assume, flickering as her shadow moves between you and it. And you begin to feel like you're not sure if you're following the right light. But you continue to kind of at least try and follow the red light that Kat has made. Kat is following the footsteps on the ground, but you guys are moving in almost absolute darkness. Gabby's glow offers just enough to show that she's standing flat-footed. Your flashlights are not powerful enough to pierce or penetrate the darkness. And for a time, you guys feel like you've been walking almost forever, frustratingly so. And you begin to see other stars twinkling and appearing in the darkness. But you also gain the overwhelming sensation that you are being watched. You are no longer alone. You are no longer isolated, and the darkness is pushing in on you.
Awesome.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
I'm turning off my flashlight, and I will use my ears.
I have you roll sharp again for me.
Oh, those spring chord giggling is still in my ears.
Daydreams of gumdrop princesses. Unfortunately, you can't hear anything else. But the feeling of being watched gets almost aggressive. And
I'll use magic at that. Like, this is getting ridiculous. So as big as I can manage given the circumstances.
Can Cat assist?
Yes, you may assist. You also, you guys do have 4d6s left that you're welcome to use at any time.
Okay.
Cat, I believe that you move that up to a success, don't you?
That should add a +1, yeah.
And
Or a +2 actually, I think, for a full success.
Daniel, your magic, which usually is based in light, almost comes out in a smoky tint. As it begins to kind of shed what is around you. The smoke reveals an icy diamond cavern, but only in pieces, because as your magic moves around the area, the residue that it would usually leave kind of gets dampened or snuffed out. But you do begin to see the light reflects in what appears to be a couple thousand eyes looking at you from all above. What you thought were stars to begin with are in fact the eyes of whatever this is that's watching you or you're walking through.
Are these a lot of things, or is this one thing that has just a bunch of eyes?
You cannot tell.
Cat's gonna slap Daniel lightly on the back and say, "See, now you're using using your magic. This is a good job."
Yay, this is difficult. I'll motion over to Gabby because she has a bit of my soul and that's messing with things. I wish I didn't have to do this, but I couldn't think of anything else. Now what? And what is that thing up there?
Gabby gives you like a squeeze and kind of just like inches towards you closer. The thing up there actually responds to you, and in the echo of a couple thousand voices, it whispers rather than speaks. And it says, "I am Legion, and who are you?"
Well,
And
we're
everybody is
LAPD. Flash the badge.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna stick all those fear demon things back to their little box. We're here to ask for your help.
There is a very destitute, echoing laugh that seems to bounce around the cavern. And there is another hum that this time all of you can feel that moves through the ice beneath your feet.
Good question, Troll. Troll asked in chat, "What role is it to not poop yourself?"
It's cool, but I'm not gonna bother you guys with taking the time for that. And this hum that rolls through the room almost seems to push Legion apart or back, and it's like a crystalline, like tapping a glass, where you feel rather than hear the sound of a single note ringing. My brain is so slow today. Fuck. Okay. And as Legion peels back, the darkness recedes, almost like the darkness specifically belonged to it.
I'll let go of the
And
light.
you see, and as your light diminishes, or as you put your light away, right, that's what you said? You let go of it?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right? Okay.
Mhm.
As your light goes away and the darkness begins to recede, it's like pulling the curtains back, and you see a beautiful, almost like a ballroom cavern where everything is made of crystalline ice, and you see deep swirls of darkness moving through everything, carrying stars and cosmic galaxies. And from the other end of the room, the ice begins to kind of pull back and shift and move, exposing a hallway, and out walks the beautiful Winter Queen, the Lady of Ice. Her fur coats moving soundlessly as she walks towards you. Her blackened fingertips crossed across her arms, and she regards you very coldly. Pun. The ice that's moving around her beginning to spiral and shard into almost like daggers, as it stops and forms like an entrance. And she says, "And what is it that mortals deign to call upon the Ice Queen for?"
Your Majesty, we've taken it upon ourselves to fight back the evil darkness. It seems like you've got some people here who control regular darkness, but there's some fear running amok in the mortal world and apparently in your guys' world as well. And we've come to see if we can get any help from you to push it back.
Legion speaks before the queen does, in kind of that same echoey laugh, speaking from somewhere ambiguous and unsure, and says, well, the darkness does not fear the darkness. And while I have heard of the violent tremors that travel from the first city and from your world, the violence that tails you, 5, 6, 7, the 7 of you, and the queen, the queen lifts her hand, and Legion subsides, with the brutal mockery that it's trying to start. And the queen's expression softens, and she says, "And if you are calling upon us, then you assume that we are in danger too?"
Everyone is in danger. This is not fear that the gods themselves could control, that the gods let it get out. So we're trying to get as many friends as we can together to deal with this.
Rust is already on board. Spring is already on board. Autumn is on board. We have no doubt that summer will agree as well. Are you going to be the one holdout? The only one who doesn't participate?
Sorry, I'm laughing too hard. The queen regards you again and says, "You call upon me and my people, you walk into my court, and you make assumptions."
Is that, do you
Kat
not
just-
want to help?
Keta chimes in and goes, I'm sorry, what was the assumption?
Well, it sounded like you are here assuming that I might not help you regardless. I do not appreciate being coerced in that manner.
Oh, no, 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 no. We were just not making the assumption that you would help, not making an assumption that you wouldn't help. It's all up in the air, really.
We're here to ask. You're here to answer.
And what is it that you offer in regards to our assistance?
There we go. I'll turn around frustrated that I'll tag someone else into the conversation.
Well, instead of looking at this transactionally, what if I put it this way? Let's say that you don't help and that we don't get the situation under control. Then, the thing that's locked up in that place that's causing all the cracks, that all these Alfrey are getting through, that's just going to get worse. And once they're done destroying our world, where do you think their attention's going to turn after that? This is more like preventing a problem for you than it is fixing a problem for us.
I see that mortals have not changed their ways, in which bartering violence is still upon the table. I will ask you again, what do you offer in return for my assistance?
Kat just kind of shrugs and goes like, I didn't say anything about violence. I just said that could be a problem for you. After they're done with us, they'll probably, come towards you next. So it seems like it's in both of our best interest to do this. I'm not threatening you at all.
The future is an ephemeral, ever-changing object, and I will not worry about it until that future is upon me. For the now and the here, what is it that you will give me in return for my services, for our protection?
And Kat kind of goes and joins Daniel and rolls her eyes and is just like, for Faye, they're incredibly short-sighted. And just starts muttering with Daniel. Basically,
Immortals
just
just
gives
have
up
no
on...
concept of time.
Tabitha looks at them.
Well,
What
you're
is the
the
price?
one. Let's go, Tabitha. You did the first one.
What?
Well, let's be
I'm
direct, Your
confused.
Majesty. What do you want from us? What would it take for us to get your help?
The Winter Queen looks across you all, and let me just double check my references real quick.
I'm gonna stand in front of Gabby because she can't have her.
That's fair. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So the queen looks among you and she says, I will take tokens of your home in exchange for our work with you. And you can hear like Legion in the background protesting before she silences him.
I'm assuming these have to be meaningful.
Yes, they must mean something dear to you.
Toss it. That's the badge. To be
Okay. She will take the badge and she kind of turns it in her hands and she tucks that into her fur coat and looks at the rest of you.
Congrats, you've been deputized.
Now you have to help. Got her.
Kat looks at this queen like with the poutiest expression and sighs and reaches into her coat and pulls out the last of her Alphonse tacos and hands it to her.
Oh no!
I don't know if Alphonse's tacos count. He's not exactly
It needs to be a token
from our
of your home.
you know.
She
He's an
does look
everywhere
it
kind of a
over
guy.
and she says, well, I appreciate your candor. I need something less,
Perishable?
Yes, perishable, thanks.
Cat just kind of sighs and goes, "Oh, thank God." Puts it
Take the
back in her
tacos
coat.
back.
I don't know. Do you want a cell phone? All my music's on this.
But does the cell phone mean something to you?
All my music's on this.
Hey, I will do you one better than token. But for everybody else too. I mean, I pay for everybody else. You want something meaningful. If when we are done with this, and if we are successful, you will have this to keep. I show her my badge. With all that entails.
Oh.
Cats just looks at Tabitha is like, "Yeah, you don't want to do that." That
Come on,
that is...
if you think I won't retire after all this, then you are young and still not tired.
Cat's just like, okay, be very specific with quote unquote what all of that entails.
Oh, this might mean two things only.
Okay.
Because
Cat's like,
I think it means you're going to be her cop.
yeah, that's
Maybe.
You're going to be doing all her paperwork forever.
Cat just
Is
sort of
that-
waves her hands like, no. Like here, how about my coat?
No. I mean, this is LA badge. That means I will retire.
Tabitha
She-
the
2
fake
days away
cop.
from retirement.
I'm down for this spinover. The
she
spinoff.
considers this.
If you
and
have
she
some
says-
mind reader, you will know how much it means.
She does. And she takes it, and with that, she says, "But I wish you to know that while this means you have a home and a hearth here, I will not condemn you to permanently reside among my court."
Well, if you had a cable here, you know cop retirement is all about vacation and travels.
Yes. And she takes your badge and she pockets it also.
Can we symbolically, can I keep it until the job is done?
Oh yeah,
Because, well,
she'll give it back to you then. She does reach out, and with one of her black fingertips, she will, she leaves a handprint on your arm. The same black that she has on her hands. And she says, "That will bind your promise to me." Now, unfortunately, as great and grand as a gesture this is, I can only count it for yourself. I cannot count it for the others.
Cat's coat was a good one, though.
That cat's coat is a really good one.
But Cat at this point goes, hold up a second. Tabitha said, "I will offer this in payment for everyone," and you accepted. You can't change after you've accepted.
Ah, dang it, you're right.
Cat just
Kind
snaps her
of.
fingers just like,
Kind
I
of.
know how Fey deals work.
Mhm.
Well, if you've accepted for everyone,
That's
I guess
fair.
I get my badge back.
She
No,
you.
no, for everybody else. No.
Oh, okay.
Come on, you are retiring too. You are
We're all
retiring.
giving up our
Dying.
badges today, folks.
It's just the badges. All right.
I was
All
waiting.
right.
Oh, that
Okay,
means
so-
that means somebody of you will run the department. I don't envy you. Cleaning up
just
after
like-
all of this.
Yeah, Cat's shaking her head like, great. I'm gonna have to break in a new desk sergeant.
Maybe you get grief.
So the queen will take your offerings, and she does confirm that she will assist you, and she will meet you at the third gate.
Cool. Thanks.
That was easy.
See you there. Let's go.
So the final. Sorry, go on.
Cat just looks at James and goes, "You and I have very different definitions of easy."
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get her with the, are you gonna be the only one who's not going? I thought that would work. But we can try it again. We have one more to go.
So you guys, as you're heading back out, you get to meet, as you're passing through, you don't pass through the darkness this time, and you do pass a hulking furry beast with bells tied into its fur as you are leaving the court. And the beast
Grinch?
just like nuffles and watches you leave. Not see the boogie! I can't help it. I had to.
Time for summer.
Okay, sorry, I was reading more notes.
I look at
so you
Daniel.
guys-
So I think this will be the funniest part.
Will it? I'm assuming the monkey guy, he's king of the monkeys. Like, he's not king of all the summer fairies. Gonna be someone just a little cooler.
I bet you he's going to realize you're going to pop up on his radar the second we set foot in that court. So be prepared.
I
for
don't think this court does cooler, Daniel. They are only doing
Yeah.
warm and warmer.
Yeah. Well, let's walk into the court of dead or alive beach volleyball.
that.
No, that was the spring court.
No, that's this one. It's fighting game, and it's warm.
Well, and technically
Oh my
you're
God.
the one invited, so maybe we can skip some door rituals.
So you
That is
guys,
true.
door rituals, it's gonna happen. So you guys make it to, you follow the same, I mean, different cobblestones in the same manner to the summer court. And this one, you can see the island beyond the bridge that is the court, and it's almost like it looks very similar to an island made of the Grand Canyon. Like if the Grand Canyon could be an island, that is what you are seeing. Very, very
Right, let's
few
get a donkey
trees,
and head down.
dirt, cracked earth, and the bridge is a simple stone bridge without railings that crosses through it. And as you make it halfway across, the Monkey King pops into existence,
God damn it.
sitting on his staff.
Can I interject something as we're approaching that? Just that Kat pulls out her phone and like pulls up the theme for the good, the bad, and the ugly. The I can't whistle it, but it's the classic Western whistling sound with the
Yeah.
womp womp womp.
Okay.
Just pulls it up and plays it just for funsies.
So, as you might have noticed, the Monkey King's staff is no longer in pieces.
You got
And
yourself another stick.
he is sitting on, balanced on top of this staff. And he smiles at you and says, Daniel, my favorite mortal, what a pleasure, you finally made it. And he looks at the rest of you with like aggressive glee, to see that you have finally made it to the summer court.
Yeah, we're here to talk to your boss, whoever that is. You have a queen here, right?
Well, of course. Actually, we have a couple queens, but I assume that you're looking for the summer queen specifically.
Yeah.
He kind of pinwheels off of his staff in a very graceful, almost silly act of acrobatics. He lands and he greets you and he says, I assume that there's no bad blood between us?
No, we're good. You helped us get over that bridge thing.
Excellent. Well, then I would love to escort you to the Summer Queen. And he turns and taps his staff into the ground, and almost like reality unfolds itself. From the staff, a doorway opens up. And in there you see beyond it, you see almost like Moroccan style mosaic tiles that lead out into this doorless or wall-less structure. And you see several different characters lounging around, exuding absolute impossible physics and the way that they do. And at the center of them all is a ebony-skinned woman with a golden lion's chest or face hanging off like a chest plate. And she is locked into, rather than standing or lounging like the others, she is currently locked in combat with what looks to be a doppelganger of the Monkey King. And the moment that everybody walks in and the Monkey King leads you in, the Monkey King concedes, and the doppelganger is just like batted out of the summer court by the queen, who dusts herself off and lifts herself very regally.
Hold up, what? They're fighting. He's like, okay, I give up. And then she beats him anyway?
Yeah.
That's not cool.
She's the queen.
She gets to do what she wants.
Wow.
And so the doppelganger is no longer in the scene, and it's the Monkey King leading you guys in, and the queen adjusting herself, and you draw the intense gazes of everybody else that's in there. One of which appears much more phoenix-like, and the other one is almost ghostly and see-through. And the Summer Queen almost immediately is ironically laughing. Monkey paradox. And she says, what feeble minds and feeble bodies have you brought to us today? Is this the next wild hunt that we are anticipating? And she kind of leans forward, and you get just like a wave of just animosity and aggression from her.
Great.
Wow, feels like home.
Yeah. You want to take this one? James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure,
Kat actually has an idea,
I'll
but-
take this one.
But I'm curious what
Why
James
not, right?
will say.
Me too.
Hi. Yeah. We're actually just here for your help with the meter, wild hunts, and sure you have fun with that. Come a bit later. I mean, since we're all offering up things here, I will be happy to be your wild hunt at a later date, but right now we kind of need you to help with this whole Demeter situation. You're the last on the list, and we have like 5 minutes. So if we can just get this all squared away quickly.
The queen looks somewhat impressed that you just immediately offered yourself as a hunt, like as the fox for the hunt.
Oh.
Like almost flabbergasted. And she laughs. She laughs and
Pro
laughs
timetable.
some more. And there's nothing nice about the way this woman laughs. In fact, like it almost like instills like uncomfort in all of you that she is just like almost like she's not taking it seriously. And she looks at the rest of you and she says, "So you will sacrifice your friend here for my hunt for a moment of my time?"
They're not good enough.
Yes,
Cat at this point does chime
they,
in.
they all agree. All right.
Nope.
We do.
Nope, we don't agree. Because I have something better than James, who's just a guy. Like,
Really just a
James
guy.
would be a very,
Aw.
very boring hunt for you, Your
I
Majesty.
mean, that's true. He would just stand there and be like,
Yeah.
okay, shoot me.
Not like I've been chased forever by, a vampire and constantly undercut at work by an orc. I like my entire
So-
life is just being chased and brutalized.
Weren't we doing this to avoid making sacrifices of life?
Yeah. So,
You're assuming I
what if
died.
what if I
Oh yeah,
offered you...
assuming she can take you.
Cat just looks at James like,
Let's not go there.
uh-huh. So, Your Majesty,
You don't know my life.
I have a much, much more interesting hunt for you. Something that can turn into a mist and disappear, can inflict crippling fear in their prey, and is quite wily at hiding, even in the
I
mortal
don't think
realm.
Marco can do all that, Cat.
Shh, they don't know that. Hush.
Would something like that interest you?
She raises an eyebrow and she says, "You speak of these devils that were unleashed from the third city, is that correct?"
I am.
And you offer to let us have one. Is that also correct?
Can
I'm
catch
offering
them.
to guide you, anyone that wants to go to the mortal realm and hunt these things that have gotten out. I'm offering to guide you, to be your hunt guide, if you will.
Wait, you mean
We're gonna put
deputizing
them all
them?
back. That's gonna be a boring hunt. They're gonna be there for 5 seconds, and then we're gonna lock them all away.
I don't think that the troops can handle locking this group away. This is more like a think of it as an officer exchange program.
That
Cat,
could
can
work.
you roll charm for me?
Oh dear.
Can I assist her because I'm on board with this?
Yes, you may assist her.
Yes, this could work.
Don't forget that you have luck points and dice that you can use.
Oh.
Wow.
I have a -1 in charm.
Yeesh. Yeesh.
Whoa.
Oh, jeez.
But on the other hand, isn't the human survival instinct a lot more tempting to you?
I
Just
am
how
use-
far am I willing to go to survive? I'm just saying.
Cat just looks at James like, yeah, nobody's
What's
buying
wrong
that,
with you?
James.
I didn't have to roll, so
Cat used a luck, which
Okay.
means
Same
a thing
here.
happens for my playbook. So where's it at? When you spend luck, the keeper will bring your fate into play. And my fate tags again are true love, magical powers, you can't save everyone, and damnation.
Cool.
Yaz is such a sweet, innocent laugh.
But on the plus side, whenever your fate, I have dutiful, so whenever your fate rears its ugly head and you act in accordance with any of your fate tags, then mark experience. If it's a heroic tag, then take +1 forward, and I only need 1 more experience to level up.
Okay. It'll be a second before I can tap into that tag.
worries.
Let me think for just a second. Okay. The queen taps her chin and she says, I believe that would be quite delightful for some of the people of our court, but I have a request. In the event that we are to help you, I must know that the heart, the passions, and the brawn of the people that I am assisting are within bounds of our order, so to speak. And so I would like to see a show of strength from your toughest warrior, your chosen warrior, or your champion warrior.
All right, Gabby, let him have it.
Wait. James.
Yeah, no, where's Angelica?
What?
She's
We are talking about Summer Court helping
What would you like?
LAPD. That is cleaning out the street is not our department's job. This is job for somebody else, somebody you know very well.
Talk about Groff. Yes, Groff de Verne. Perfect.
Yeah, Queen, you spoke very specific of changing the metal of the ones you want to assist.
Like the guy.
Then you don't want to check ours. You want to check those of who will be working with.
Yeah, we're not really going to be helping you directly, so Groff is like the perfect guy to, get a measure of.
I'm pretty sure you have the power to make it happen. Test him here right now.
This is the pettiest revenge.
wonder if it would backfire.
Oh no, it won't backfire. Graf will be up for the task.
Backfire? That doesn't sound like a TTRPG game.
His outrage alone is going to be
So-
enough to being all like, okay, that's a lot of outrage.
You're
you got
voluntelling Groff to fight
the test of metal.
Summer
Yep.
Queen?
Yes.
For the test of metal. Because he needs to
But
save the city.
you guys have to win. You guys have to win.
Well, he's...
Won't live.
Come on, he's bigger than me and Kat added together.
I mean,
It's true, he is huge.
the cat's also willing
I
to
don't
fight
know.
whoever
That's what
she
she said.
wants.
Marco is bigger than Groff in wolf form.
Does Marco want to fight the Summer
Well,
Queen?
that's what I was gonna say. That's either you or me, Tabitha. Do you want this or you want me to take it?
And again, like, Kat is making it very well known that she is more than happy to fight this person.
I like the
hold me
Groff
back.
clan. I
Hold me
think
back.
that's fun. But yeah.
I think
Marco,
it's
we'll
hilarious.
need you. I meant what I said. It is if Summer Court is to help us getting to the city, that's one thing. If deputizing them is what we give in return, and the Queen wanted to test the metal
Well,
of the
to
ones
me,
she will be helping in. That was literal.
well, to me, it feels like she's trying to test passions. Is Gruff really passionate?
Oh
about
yeah.
trying to-
Oh
He's,
yeah.
he's passionate about one thing.
yeah, about
He's
cutting
this
you
point-
down.
While they're
his
debating-
passion meets his pettiness.
Okay.
I'm sure.
While they're debating, Kat, at the mention of passion, Kat's just like, oh, I am very passionate about this, and just, like, pulls a glove out of her coat and throws it down at the Queen's feet.
Oh, that's that then.
Okay. That's the
Okay.
That's your choice. That's your choice, Your
just like,
Majesty. If
we
you
have
want to
built-
test somebody here, or if you want to test the right person for the
All
right.
for the hunt.
We've dealt with so many of these effers, and I am sick and tired of all the games and the BS.
That's
I'm
true.
taking her down.
You have reputations for just doing things here, without.
Yeah, and
I-
Cat seems to be a little bit more invincible, almost as if I just took the invincible move from the Chosen playbook
Nice.
because I just leveled up.
Oh my god. Okay.
And Your Majesty, we're sorry for that argument because too many people want to fight you.
Hold on. I am laughing so hard I'm gonna cry right now. Give me a second.
Cat's just so done.
Okay.
Pettiest rebel there.
I am stuttering really hard because this isn't gonna go the way you think it's going to go. All right, so Cat throws down the glove.
Mhm.
And the moment the glove hits the tile floor, you all are kind of transported to what looks like an arena. All of you, except for Cat, Amelia, and the Queen, are standing in like a up on risers, essentially, giving you full advantage of this field. And the Queen, her eyes almost look like they're lit by fires or coals from behind you as she smiles in the most unfriendly way, and she spins her staff with the glowing gold emblem on the end of it in a very ornate way, and she points it first at Cat, and then she points it at Amelia, and she says, Cat, you mistake what we mean by passions. And in this, I will take your passion. And mind you, while she's doing this, when you try and reach out for magic, you cannot feel your connection with it. You seem to be blocked by something. And
Okay.
from pointing her staff at Amelia, Amelia goes up in flames. And she doesn't seem to hurt, but you can see the impact of burning flesh, the diseased interior that she's using to stay alive as she kind of crisps and turns to a point. I won't get too far into details. What would you like to do with that?
I would like to pause for a moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna press the pause button on our safeties and take a break because I want to discuss something before we come back into it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the break screen and ask a couple questions off screen, and then we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, we're back.
Hey
Discussed
guys.
things.
All right, so I don't want to totally erase Kat's magic identity, so we're gonna retcon a few things and go from there. So the queen has transported you all to this arena, has lit Amelia on fire, and Kat, while you cannot necessarily feel where your magic is coming, it's like something has stopped between what you know as your magic, what you gained from your earlier deal, and now you are facing this queen who is seemingly trying to take this woman you love from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Kat obviously does not react well to that. Not really knowing if that's because Kat doesn't really understand how Amelia's stuff works, like how exactly she's alive. She knows a little bit, but doesn't know if like that can survive fire. So feeling this disconnect from basically the magic that made this deal for Amelia, and seeing that like Kat just loses it and goes full rage mode. And so she gets really angry, like draws on every other connection to magic that she can. So just this primal rage fueled, probably like a blood magic almost. So her eyes basically just turn to like fire. So like looking at her eyes, it's like flames coming out of where there should be eyes. And she sounds like she's charging up for a Dragon Ball Z attack because she's just screaming and raging, and draws every ounce of strength that she can, and can't even really like say anything. Like you can tell she's trying to express just how furious and grief ridden she is, but can't really form words. So it's just noises as she's shouting at this queen, and the amount of murderous intent in Kat cannot be overstated. And so with that display, with all of this magical energy whirling around her, probably in the form of flames, I'm gonna use what's the magic move? I'm gonna use the instant transmission thing from the one playbook, and where's it at? There's a specific magic move I'm trying to find, where you use magic to do harm. Oh, it's just inflict harm. Okay. So yeah, she's going to basically just put fireballs in both hands, and immediately teleport to right behind the Summer Queen and just flamethrower at her.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah, just screaming and yelling the entire time. Probably enough to terrify the rest of her companions.
Hey, I am not gonna make you roll for that. As you do this, the magic that you're casting, the fire and the passion and everything, as you do this, washes over the queen, and she throws her head back laughing. And in this, the sound reaches more of a genuine, it's not so maniacal, it's not so aggressive or mean, it becomes much more mirthful as you essentially bathe her in exactly what she was asking for. And rather than burn, because the Summer Queen is essentially a form of fire, it swirls around her, and it siphons and pulls up into the staff. And the aggression and the fight that was there in her before has subsided, and there's a twinkle in her eye. And as that fire and that primal energy came from you, that grief that you felt at that time suddenly doesn't feel like it found an outlet, and it poured out, and you find yourself a little absent of it. And almost immediately everybody is back in the tiled throne room, so to speak. And the queen is like licking the tips of her, like licking her fingertips, as if she's just had a great meal. Amelia appears next to you, seemingly untouched. You can still see a little bit of the singed areas, but her skin has almost immediately knit itself back together. And the queen looks at you and she says, "If any of the rest of you would like to give me such a display of power, I would not stand between that and you. But this is enough for now. And I see the power that you all hold on to, and I will support that power, and I will meet you at the gate to the third city."
Cat is just
Who's
like
gonna flip her off
visibly
as a
shaking,
display
looking
of
around like, what the fuck just happened?
Did we get to see that at all?
You
Or-
all got to see that.
Okay.
You did. You were all very privy to that display of raw power. The Monkey King, still standing there, tilts his head and says, "I mean, if you'd like to be up for another scrap, I'd take it, but from the sounds of it, you guys seem to be in a bit of a rush."
Yeah, we've got more scraps than we can handle.
All right. So, with that, the Monkey King leads you back to the bridge. Go on.
Wait, I missed the verb. I bent down to King's height. Honestly, I would like to visit again. After it's all done.
The Monkey King grins, like full monkey teeth, sharp, pointy grins at you and says, "We would welcome you anytime." The queen gives you, James, a look, and she says, "If you ever feel that your life is empty and you wish not to live any further, we will still take you."
Yeah, I'm coming right back here
God.
after everything's over.
But so you guys get led to the bridge, and the Monkey King points you into the direction where you will find the third city, and you can see it almost at the horizon like a mountain. It appears so much further away than it really is. Is there anything that you would like to do before you make your way to the bridge? You do still have Bobby God to speak with before you get there. And I'm gonna try and
she's gonna meet us there, right?
yes, she will.
Dang, I was hoping for Kat to talk to her, but like she just had a big scene, so I guess this is Marco's scene. I don't know how you're gonna talk to Baba Yaga, but
Cool.
You're that's actually a really good idea because reasons, and I won't tell you those yet.
excellent.
Yeah.
We figured it all out.
reason.
Wait, can I pull Marco aside really quick?
Sure. What's up? What you got?
Hey, Marco. We don't talk very much.
Yeah. Just
That's
take it
why
all in.
that's why I think you're the perfect person to look after the imp if I happen to die at some point.
Yeah, I'll take care of him, but we'll do my best to not let you die. That's plan
Cool.
A.
See this stone I usually carry around? If I die, just take it off me. It'll bond to you. You'll be the new imp's master.
Interesting, but doable. I'll do you proud.
All right, thank you. That's one less worry off my mind.
Cute. Anything else?
Cat's just hanging close to Amelia, still shaking a little bit.
Amelia has her arms wrapped around you, and she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was gonna happen.
Cat's just still like, I still don't understand what happened. Like, I feel like Cat's probably is like blacked out for that whole fight.
Zip, I'm gone.
Just like rage blackout, and then came back like, wait a minute, I feel like I just exerted a lot of energy and I'm really mad and I don't understand why.
So you guys get to the bridge. Standing there, you could feel the oppression that is the third city. You can feel the whatever it is that makes your character tick. It's there, and it's sitting right at the edge, like staring into the mirror at yourself when you know that you are facing madness. And standing at the bridge is the 5 queens and Angelica. Angelica turns to look at you guys as you approach, and she tries to smile, but it doesn't meet her eyes. And she says, "Are you ready to speak with Baba Yaga?"
Yes,
It's gonna
let's
be
do
fine,
it.
kid. It's gonna be. We have all the queens. You don't have to be scared. I've got this.
She nods, and she kind of twists, and it's this is so hard to describe how this is. It's like facing, in the way that she twists out of dimension, like turning a piece of paper sideways. And between that piece of paper and the spot next to her, where she turned to the side, is a doorway. And the door opens to what looks like a mottled wooden cabin and the interior. And at the end of the hall is a candle. She says, Baba Yaga waits for you.
I'll look back at all of them and be like, all right, well, I'll take this one, and I'll walk towards it. Let's see. Let's go.
Yeah, nice.
All right, so Margot goes, does anybody else follow him? Or do you let Marco go
It's
by
weird.
himself?
I feel like we shouldn't, and I don't know why.
It's fair.
Right?
That's very
it's,
fair.
It's such a small space. It feels like a little cabin, a small little door. I feel like he should go in there alone, but I don't know if that's correct or I don't know.
You know, Marco, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. I'll give him the imp stone.
Nice. I was gonna say I feel like maybe James or the imp should go with him though, but yeah, just them.
Okay. So Margot, you take the imp stone
Sure, yeah.
and you go in. So when you walk in, crossing that line between where you are and the cabin almost feels like a rush of bitter cold air, and like your entire being was rocked for a second. You stand in the stillness of what feels like a warm cabin. Distantly in the cabin, you can hear the chatter and laughter of young children. The candle at the end of the hallway flickers, and there is one light on and one door open at the end of the hall near the table.
I'll walk towards the door and you say it's open?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Can I see anything through it?
As you approach, you see what looks like a normal living room, like a worn rug, worn sofa, a rocking chair. The hearth is lit It's all very cozy. There's tchotchkes on the mantelpiece, picture frames hung on the wall. The picture frames, you cannot make out what is in them. Like as you look at them, the images and lines kind of swirl and change, and you can't. It won't last long enough.
Interesting. And do I seem alone in here?
Did you walk into the room, or are you just looking into the room?
I'll walk into the room.
As you walk into the room, almost like she had been there the entire time, but not even like you know that this area was not occupied previously. Is a woman with silver hair spilling all the way down to her hips, and she wears a very moderate looking dress, kind of frayed at the edges. It's got stains from whatever work she does. She's a fairly plain looking woman, but she has that moonlight hair and moonlight eyes, and she smiles at you and she says, you are here to see Baba Yaga. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you guys, I'm trying so hard to be serious and your comments are getting me.
Sorry.
She opens a door that hadn't been in the room before, and she says, and what is it that you come to seek?
At least initial safe passage to the third city, so we can try and reseal the Elfrey.
And why is it that you want that?
Because they are wreaking havoc in places that they shouldn't have access to.
And why does that matter to you?
Innocent people who cannot protect themselves are suffering.
And why is it your job to protect them?
Because I'm strong. I can protect more than just myself. And I feel I need to protect those I can.
She opens the door that has appeared on the wall and gestures you in. You cannot see what is in the room without entering the door.
Okay, I'll go in.
The door closes behind you, and for just a brief moment, you are plunged into darkness, and that candle at the end has burned down about halfway, and appears in the darkness, slowly lighting the room. In this, you kind of see the ghosts, like ghostly impressions of children kind of laughing and playing, and you would recognize these as the kids that are the kids that are on the missing persons list that you haven't found yet. And the image before you kind of shifts and changes, almost dreamlike, and instead you are standing in the parlor of your dad's home back in England.
Oh, geez. All right.
And you can see the ghostly impressions of your family moving around. Is there anything noteworthy that you would like to put here? Perhaps something that may have taught you what it means to be a hero?
The only thing that comes to mind is like a small trinket that a young child gave me when I saved them from a monster back over when I was learning how to be a protector wolf back over in the young wolf days. But I don't think, it's not something I carry on me, but it's something I'd be thinking about. And if we're in the parlor, it might be there still, honestly.
So it is there, but it does not appear to look ghostly like your family is moving at times to the speed that they would through this room. And that object or item stands out almost like it's glowing for you. And you are able, if you do go, you are able to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I'll go grab it and think on it and think back to remember why I chose a life of protecting people who can't protect themselves, and like really take to heart and think on how if you have an abundance of strength, you lend that to people who don't.
So it takes you immediately to that circumstance, but it's at the end when this trinket is given to you. The deed has already been done. Is there any noteworthy conversation that you would like to add in this regard?
We're going to get them. We're going to put them back so no one else is suffering. I guess I'll just whisper that kind of to myself as like an internal reaffirmation.
So as you do that, you are rushed through the darkness, and this time it is a cold darkness, and you are reminded of that fear that the Offrey gave you in the first episode. You can see almost like neon lights, their eyes and smoke and teeth blending through the darkness as you are moved, and suddenly you are standing beside the table with the candle on it. The candle has melted all the way down to the bottom, and it is beginning to sputter. Do you do anything with it?
The candle itself is sputtering.
Yes. It's trying to hold on, but it is almost out of wick and most certainly out of wax.
Can I pick up the candle?
Yeah, you can pick it up.
All right. And I still have the little trinket I have.
Mm-hmm.
Can I light the trinket on fire to kind of like transfer the candle and to be like, this is not going to go out like this?
Yeah, you definitely could.
Yeah, I will do that.
So your trinket takes a moment to light, and when it feels like all hope is lost, for just a moment the light goes out and you are plunged into darkness before you see the light reignite on your trinket. You are suddenly, very rapidly, still like standing, not still, you are standing in the middle of the room where you met the silver-haired woman. But the silver-haired woman doesn't look like she did before. She is bent and twisted, hunched over. Her skin hangs off of her bones, like she has been alive and old for far too long. She seems to have more than the appropriate amount of limbs and not enough appropriate amount of limbs all at the same time. Her dress is torn and pulled across her body, and she says, I am impressed that a half human like you, part monster, part Atau, and part mortal, would have the gall to come and walk and ask your questions. But I have seen that your heart is true. And she reaches out and she'll take the burning trinket from you.
I'll let her take it. Oh.
And she clasps the trinket in her hand, snuffing out the fire, and breaks the trinket. And from the inside of it, she pulls what looks like a small silver marble and puts it in your hand, and she closes your hand over it, and she says, I will assist you.
Thank you. That's all we ask.
And a door to say it opens would be an exaggeration. It just kind of winks open, and you see everybody else standing behind you. They cannot see the Baba Yaga, and it looks just like Marcus is standing in darkness, essentially, with this silver ball still clutched in your hand.
I'll walk back through the doorway towards them.
So nothing pertinent happens at this time. The door blinks out of the way, and as Angelica turns again, Bobby got in her plain young form is standing beside you, kind of eyeing the queens and eyeing the rest of you, and you can tell that she has put space between her and the party. And you kind of get the impression that she might not be so fond of mortals or humans, at least.
Things that are delicious.
So she looks at the gate, and she looks at the rest of you, and she looks at the queens, and the queens, all seemingly understanding on a different level, nod and wisp away in their own various manners. And Baba Yaga faces the city before you, and now you can get a really good grasp of it. And she walks across the bridge, and she gets to the part where the bridge ends, and she looks at the city, and in a language that you cannot understand, a language so old that nobody even has the ears to hear it anymore. She whispers to the city, and the city turns, and she looks back to you guys, and she says, "You have only so much time. What is it that you wish to do here?"
All right, we go ahead.
Prevent the matter from repeating whatever she managed to damage to do to the walls, and lure the Alfrey back in.
She simply nods, and she looks to James, and she says, with a bit of disdain and discomfort, she says, "Just a man. Huh." And she beckons you to join her on the bridge.
Sure. This is perfectly fine.
Where's he going? We're not sacrificing James, are we?
The crone does not respond to you, but you may do or say as you please.
I walk forward.
I'll check with Tabitha. She's cool with this happening.
No
Did it seem like
sacrificing,
that
I
was-
guess that's something else.
Did it seem like that was directed at just James, or like all of us to hey, let's go?
Just James,
Okay.
specifically. And by this time, you can already begin to hear the destruction that is happening with the queens and the Alfrey. It has reached the second city, and it is loud and terrifying. You can hear the fight is beginning to come towards you. The rest of you, as James is doing this, how do you prepare?
I'll shift into the full beast form.
I thought we're going in to talk with Demeter.
Might have to squish some Alfrey on the way.
I don't know how long it's gonna take to open the bridge.
And then you can choose, I'll make it clear, you can choose to stand and fight here or go into the city. If you join Baba Yaga on the bridge, you'll go into the city. If you stay at the front of the bridge, you will be able to face combat with the Alfrey as they are herded towards the city.
I'll kiss Gabby, and I'll say, well, this is it. I'm going, and you can't go there.
Gabby kisses you back, and she says, "I will do my best to keep the Alfrey from escaping."
Spoiler Kid Rotten, will you? And then I'll go over to my daughter.
Okay,
Sorry, go on.
I was the one talking with the matter, so I have to go. I feel like I have to go. And I need to come closer to James. This was not part of the plan.
What plan?
What's going on?
Plans, you know. it's
What
the
plan?
Things
Where
are
was the
messed
plan
up.
in this situation?
Mhm.
So, Kat and Marco, do you also join on the bridge, or do you stand your ground?
We'll join on the bridge. Or I will.
Should you not fight?
So am I trying to hold them back while you guys go in and do what you gotta do? Is that what we're
No,
doing?
it's more like you're making sure that they don't slip away.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll make sure they don't slip away. I'll stand ground.
Yeah, you two
Yeah.
cover. I think you two covering our back would be a good idea.
I was gonna say, yeah, Kat's going to do the whole, fireballs in the hands thing, and do the super.
Is all I can think of.
They never tell you how hot these things are.
Oh my god! But yeah, she just jerks her arms and fireballs form in her hands, and she does the whole superhero pose, and is like, "Yeah, go ahead, we got your back, we'll cover you."
So, Tabitha, James, and Daniel, you are on the bridge with Baba Yaga.
Fine, we'll skip past my goodbye from Angelica. It's fine. It's not like that was
Marco-
what the whole thing was about.
Just you wait. Marco, Kat, Amelia, Gabby, and wasn't there another one you picked up along the way? Anyways, y'all are out. You guys are standing at the
Wait, is
bridge,
Unwanted
ready
still
for the
with us?
fight to come with you.
No.
Which one? Oh no,
No, that's
Unwanted
everybody.
left. They stayed
That's
with the
everybody.
spring court. Okay. You don't want Unwanted.
That's everybody.
God, where's
all right.
Magweed in all of this? Jeez.
Fuck
Lost them
Magweed.
Lost them around the casino somewhere.
I can't believe that you took Magweed with you guys.
It was so
So-
much fun.
Baba Yaga looks at the three of you. You can tell that she's under strain as she is controlling and manipulating magic as she does. The city turning and adjusting, and she looks at the three of you, and she looks at James first, and then Tabitha, and she nods, and then to Daniel, and she says, "It is a wonder that you have made it this far. Not
Right.
because you are weak, but because of who you are and how potent your magic is. I will hold the door open. You must get back to the door before then, or else lives will be lost. Do you understand?"
Sounds great.
So with
Tabitha, did you hear? You have to get out.
We've
I'm
heard.
gonna need a yes, I understand.
Who's Daniel talking to again?
Tabitha.
Tabitha.
Tabitha. Okay.
Yes, I've heard.
Okay, good.
The
Also,
bridge. Sorry, go
Don't
on.
even think for a moment I'm not aiming to get that spring court vacation.
Good. Glad to hear it.
The bridge, just as James saw in his opium-induced dreams, the bridge begins to stitch itself together
With
and
perfection.
touch the third city, the city of blood and bone. And for a moment, the door is torn open. And
Gross.
like Baba Yaga literally has to rip using her magic the opening in the side, and you can already see like black goop dripping out of this hole. The bridge touches just long enough for you guys to get inside. Before you guys make your way across, Baba Yaga hands a small seed to James, and she says, "Hold on to this, just a man." And then you guys are able to get into or crawl through the hole.
Absolutely.
We have to crawl?
Yeah, it's tight.
Go.
Okay.
Oh,
And
Stop at the last. Stop at the last.
that's just pull me. That's not an obstacle I expected to face today.
Slurp is the sound that it makes as you enter. You are. This is really, really, really hard to describe. So before I get too flowery, we're just going to say that your brains cannot fathom what it is that you're seeing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's dark and it's deeply disturbing. The door doesn't necessarily close behind you. You can still see the warmth of the light from outside. But you guys are plunged into the weird, meaty darkness that is the third city. And in that, you can see almost like lights that blink like will-o'-the-wisps on and off. And James, the seed in your hand begins to kind of vibrate. And as you turn from one direction to another, you realize that the seed has a vibration that intensifies when pointing in a specific direction.
All right, this way, team.
I guess that's where Demeter is, huh?
I don't.
It's a
Probably.
seed. She's the god of... Okay. All right. You two go there, try to talk to Demeter, and I'll summon all the evil bad guys.
Okay. So
Good luck.
Tabitha, James start making their way off, right?
Yep, and I
Wait.
cast off into the nothing.
Can I have you roll magic for me to be the beacon? Yes, James.
I have that. You said I have a token from those twins, right?
Yeah, you sure do.
Nice.
Also, as,
Do I know
as
the
an,
significance, or am I just like weird token?
You can feel that there's a little bit of magic imbued in it. What would you like your token to do, essentially? Like, what would you like to use it for?
I would love if Daniel could get out alive. Through
All
this
right.
whole thing.
So you pull this, we'll add this a little bit before Daniel officially casts off. Daniel, your magic is successful. It is brilliant. And just like Angelica, it unfolds almost wing-like around you. And you are a beacon. And almost immediately you can hear the distant sounds of battle. James, you pull this token out. And it was a lock of hair, but as you kind of untie the lock of hair, the hair falls, and as each piece falls, it begins to unfold into a long silvery red rope, which you are able to tie to Daniel.
Oh, don't mind me, buddy. Just tying this around your waist a little bit.
Okay,
Oh.
it's a little close there, buddy, but okay.
You
Don't
always
worry.
do that when I'm drinking.
Nice.
Tied around the waist. Don't worry, buddy. Think I may have found you get out of jail free card. Then I'm gonna start booking it because we gotta get to Demeter.
okay, when we get away from Daniel, so we are on the same page here. We are trying to bring him back. Okay, but what about you? You do intend to come back too?
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation. What? Wait. I mean, we could die, but also maybe we'll live.
Okay, that's good enough. If you want to live, then because you are awfully suicidal today.
Yep.
All
I
with
went
all,
with it.
hunt me, hunt me.
That's what I said. Listen, it's a position that's offensive to me. All right, that was cast aside so easily as a rabbit. All right, it's about
James
Not-
in the Savoy would be really
Not
good for
in my department.
So you start having this conversation and heading down, following the lights, and and you're following the lights and the vibration from this seed, and it feels like you're walking through a labyrinth. You've lost the light that was Daniel. You have you're kind of feeling your way through this very trippy, very uncomfortable thing. When we're all said and through, we'll talk about how this changes you, because it does. And you can feel as you're walking, you can feel fundamental things about yourself beginning to shift. You are now 2 degrees to the left. But as you walk, you are led along this pathway, and you see the most absurd, strange, terrifying beasts and creatures just floating through the air above you or scrambling across walls. And they may at one point have had an interest in you, but now they don't. Everything seems to be very focused on where Daniel used to be. And you are able to fight your way through this, and you come to kind of a cavern that seems to be cut out of muscle, tissue, and stone. And in it, you can see the remnants of a god chained to the ground. The chains are lit with some magical imbibing power. There's scroll and magic carved into every inch of this room. And the used to be a goddess is thrashing against her binds, and you can tell that one of the chains has almost already come undone. Her body has been twisted, and you can see that she used to be beautiful. She probably was one of the most beautiful gods that had ever walked. But now her body is fissures of magic just leaking out of her. Her legs have been split in half, and she walks more like a spider. One of her arms, where a hand used to be, is a sickle, and bones and sinew and no skin reach up half her body. Her skin clings to her face like she is gaunt and sunken and dead, and she has no eyes left except for the fires, like a green glowing fire that drips and cries ooze from her face.
Wow.
And you enter this room, and she shrieks at you. I need you both to roll cool for me.
That's okay. I'm looking right at Tabitha like, you want to take this one?
All you, buddy.
I look back, say my look saying, "Want" might not be the right word." Cool. It's great. I took a
I got a
+1 in
6.
cool.
Tabitha, you feel like you don't feel absolutely terrified. James, however, something in you speaks to the child in you. This primal, terrifying fear that you are seeing chills you to the bone, and you are paralyzed to the spot, like you were a child being ridiculed when you had done something that you were proud of. With that, let's hop to outside the city. I promise we're really, really close to wrapping this up. I'm sorry it's going longer. So
I don't
outside,
mind at all.
okay.
Yeah, we knew it kind of was discussed.
I know. I just I was hoping 2:30 for me would roll around and we'd be done, but no, we're still going. So outside the city, the battle has met you that are standing out there. You can see the clash of the magic of the queens ushering the light or the Alfrey towards you. You can see the light from Daniel literally dripping out of the cracks in the city. And you can hear the primordial roar of fear itself coming for you. I'm not going to make you roll to keep your cool for this because y'all have kind of figured it out. But just like a tidal wave breaking across a city made of toothpicks, the Alfrey literally break their way through the city. The city crumbles in an almost direct line, and all you can see is darkness pouring over darkness and hundreds of gnashing teeth. And they all seem to be barreling towards the bridge in Baba Yaga. Can I have you guys roll sharp for me?
Yeah.
Sure, that rope will save me from this.
Never know.
It's a 9. I'll toss a d6 onto that.
Oh my god, that sounded terrifying.
So that's
Nice.
15.
All right, cool. Yeah, so that's both of you. I'm not going to roll for our NPCs. This is just going to be for you guys. You both see that already, like, you remember the Nexus pollution from Fern Gully?
Oh my god, yeah.
No, back to the gully, okay.
The dripping tar excess that Nexus is, you can already see Alfrey that are pulling themselves out of the group to try and get somewhere else. They found something that smells better than whatever Daniel is, and they're trying. Yeah, exactly.
possible.
Toxic love. They're twisting away from the group, and you are already called to action. I need you both to either roll your magic or kick some ass to stop them in their place.
Yeah. I have an idea of how Cat might do that.
Okay.
Definitely with weirds. Let's see how it goes first. Oh, dang it!
Trouble.
Oh,
Don't have luck points, guys.
I'm gonna use a lot.
Yeah,
Not the 12.
gonna use one. Yeah, I'll use one. But Marco, go ahead and go first. Then I'll describe what Cat does.
So noticing the ones that are trying to peel away, Marco in his true wolf, like massive dire wolf form, gonna jump and pounce on him, bat him around, slash out with the claws, fangs, everything, just to get them going. Like, no, you don't want to go this way. If you have to go somewhere, you want to go that way.
You just yeet them back into the swirling mess.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, and Cat?
Cat basically wants to make like a fiery cyclone, like a literal pillar of fire.
Sweet.
Flame NATO, if you will, to suck these ones up that are getting away, and basically just yeet them back in towards whatever cracks are in the city.
Sweet. So you both are very successful. Marco, you get your stragglers back in there. You yeet these Cat, you yeet these extra Alfrey to the city, and they smash against the city walls, and the walls literally spring to life, sinew reaching around them like a bear hug, and wrestles them back into the city.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh man, we're so close, guys. I'm shaking. I'm so excited. So Daniel, you are floating in existential madness.
Yeah, I've closed my eyes. I'm just like in the fetal position, curled up. The wings are around me. I'm like I've covered myself with some sort of shield in an attempt to last long enough to get every single one in there, and then I'm just pulsating the magic. That's the
And
plan.
you can feel whatever is out there literally battering against you. Almost like it's trying to play soccer with you or scratch and peel you apart like an egg. Back to James and Tabitha. What is it that you decide to do? James, you are paralyzed with fear to the spot. Tabitha, what would you like to do?
Honestly, in this weird place, so weird is such a weak word. In this place that is hard to encompass with three-dimensional mind, the goddess is making most sense. She
Cool.
feels. I mean, you described her, and she looked like, well, just another living being that we've met many already today. Maybe she's a bit towards the weird side compared to even to the Rust Court, but she's just a living being like us in this weird world. So Tabitha is, and whatever from what I know about her story, is that there were some miscommunications clearly about what she think about what happened to her daughter. I also don't really know what happened to her daughter. I don't know all the truths, but it doesn't matter. So I take off my jacket, my leather jacket, and I come closer to her.
The moment that you kind of walk into like the circle radius, the wildness that was in her seems to focus purely on you. There's parts of her body that seem to be re-knitting themselves constantly in different forms and colors and places. And where her eyes should be are more multifaceted and speckled across her face, like she has eyes opening and closing in different creases of her skin. But all of those pupils are suddenly focused on you, and you feel before you hear the growl that she gives you. And she says in a fractured voice, "You smell like the mortal world." And she pulls the chains again into a tautness, and the sound rings around you.
I look at James.
Can I break free?
Come on, rookie.
You can roll cool again if you would like to not be super shook by her.
Oh.
All right, you're still timid, but you are able to move and walk.
Hey, I got this. I got this seed. Guess we're here to plant you a tree.
How have you been holding the seed up until now? Has your hand been clasped around it, or has your hand been opened, or did you pocket it for some reason?
No, my hand's just been. I've had it closed because if I just ran around with it on the palm of my hand, it would float off at some point. So my hand's just been clasped around it. And I opened my hand.
So when you open your hand, there is already a sprig that has started from this seed, and that singular sprig, in all of its perfect naturalness, almost seems to glow. It does not appear to be affected by the city, and this suddenly takes Demeter's this takes Demeter's attention, almost like she had been struck. And sorry, go on.
I wanted to use the moment she's totally focused to get in range and wrap my jacket around over her shoulders.
Cute.
That is so wholesome.
So wholesome,
So
you guys.
wholesome. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
So you do this, and she looks at this seed, and the chains in her, like her pulling against the chains, relaxes, and they're no longer taut. And the expression in her face as she looks at the seed and very lamentingly says in her fractured voice, "My daughter." And she looks at James, and almost like the first time that she's seen anything in clarity, you see that madness in her face wash away, and she reaches out with a single shaky hand, almost tentatively, for James, and she says, "You look just like her. Are you a descendant of Persephone?"
Tabitha like whips her head.
No, I'm just a guy, and I'll move the sprig closer. Go on, take it.
She cups your hand in two of hers. She has various multiple limbs that seem to come in and out of reality. And
That's
she
okay,
cups your
just one's
hand,
fine.
and she says, "Just a man would not have been able to do this." And she closes her hands across yours. And the tree or the seed begins to sprout between both of your fingertips, and roots itself into the ground. And she lets go of your hands, and instead wilts and laments next to this tree. And she says, "Are you happy? Are you okay?"
Wow. Loaded question. Right. Yes. I
Tabitha twists her
Inside
head.
check.
don't look at me like that, Tabitha. Don't look at me like that. No. I am I don't know. I'm a bit tired.
She reaches out and, almost like a mother, kind of tries to smooth the worriness from her face. And then as reality sort of dawns upon her, she looks around and she says, "You must not be here. You must leave. But this has stilled the rage in my heart." And she gives your shoulder a squeeze and kind of just crumples with her chains. At this point, you hear a deafening scream of that you would recognize most certainly as the Alfrey. And let's hop back to outside the bridge. So you guys have been doing the dredge dirty work of like trying to keep the Alfrey together. You've sustained a couple of somewhat serious wounds from different creatures. Amelia has unfortunately lost an arm somewhere and she can't find it, so it'll knit back together, but she doesn't seem really too terrible at it. She has a sword that she can use single-handedly that she's beating everything apart. And you can see the end of the Alfrey that are trying to annihilate everything, and the queens that are bringing up the rear. Can I have you guys roll to kick some ass one more time?
Yeah. I think Kat has like moved to the side where Amelia's missing the arm, and being injured herself is doing the whole like I'm using humor to distract myself from how dire our situation is, and just says, "You look like you could use a hand." And just kind of covers that side of Amelia for her.
Very appreciative. Yes.
I'm gonna throw another d6 on it because
Okay.
use them or lose them at this point.
Marco's having a good time.
Oh yeah, he's just
Yeah.
in the thrill of fighting.
I'm thrilled.
Roll for
Twelve.
fun
Does his
damage.
tail wag?
Of course.
Yes.
Who's a good
All
boy?
right, 12. So you both got 12. You both are highly successful in trying to keep the quell from spilling over. Baba Yaga is doing her job and holding that fissure open so that the Alfrey have a place to run back into. You can see as they're sprinting towards this fissure in the wall, Daniel's light dripping out of it. They're trying to literally claw their way in. Daniel, you can feel the chill and the coldness of the Alfrey beginning to crash into you.
I'll just try to keep it up and hope that that's long enough.
And so the Alfrey are beginning to funnel in, and they are very engrossed with Daniel. And this is the point where Demeter looks up at both James and Tabitha, and in the most heartbreaking voice begs you to leave.
We can? Can we? I'm asking James. Are we done?
I understand what we literally just talked about on the run over here.
You have to leave. There's no indoor plumbing here.
You
Oh.
know.
I would like to note real quick, sorry for missing this detail, the only fissure that is still open is the one that Baba Yaga is holding open.
Nice. I want to reach for one of Demeter's hands again.
Okay.
I just want to say, what do I want to say? What does James want to say in this moment? I didn't know my real mother, Persephone, if that really was my mother, but it is nice to know my real family.
There are tears streaming green goo down her face, and she smiles through it at you and pats your hand. And she says, I still need you to leave so that you can be whole.
I would say if I could.
At this point, she kind of gives you like a gentle, weak push towards the doorway.
I wrap my arm around James. Come on.
James,
I leave jacket behind.
James starts walking away. Yeah,
Okay.
I feel great.
So as you're walking through this psychedelic hellscape, you can see the Alfrey literally tearing over itself to get into the city towards Daniel's light. and you are able to make it back to where you were, where you can see the light of day behind. It's just currently squirming with nasty pads, but they don't seem to pay you any attention unless you get too close to them. And the onrush of them seems to have trickled down to just a few that are now clambering in to get inside.
Daniel, we did it.
Daniel can't hear you, but he does still have that rope tied around his waist.
Let's search for the end of the rope.
Every inch of my being is focused on keeping that shield up.
That rope. What can I do with that rope?
We get to the door and we tag it.
Sure, sure. The rope's hell.
It's a magic rope, of course it
It
is.
is a magic rope.
Yeah,
yeah.
dimensions don't matter here. You know, distance doesn't even exist.
Let's get to the door. We'll wait for a few stragglers, and I'll reach for the rope like I'm gonna fucking force pull him over.
All right. For pulling that rope, I need you guys to both give me a tough check.
Oh man.
Having herded the last of the Alfrey in, can Marco be there too?
I refuse this. Luck.
They are going to climb, I assume,
So use
climb
D6.
through.
I refuse this. I use luck.
Okay. So you guys have made it through the door.
No man left behind.
And you give this tug, and Daniel, suddenly you can feel the rope pulling you. I need you to roll magic again for me.
There we go.
Nice.
Noise. Your magic holds up, but there are fissures in your shield, and you can feel even more of cold and despair from the Alfrey leaking in. But you are persistent, and it does not break down, and you can feel the pull. And as you guys are yanking this magical rope, Daniel is rescued from the bowels of the monster, or of the third city, and with almost a comedic pop, Daniel is pulled out of the city, and you can see the Alfrey that are still trying to hold on to him. Like, a couple have their claws on him, but then Baba Yaga dropped the control over the city, and the muscle, sinew, and bone of the walls slam shut and suck the Alfrey back into its bellows, leaving you guys out of breath and absolutely exhausted on the bridge. Now, as we close up, or before your conversation begins, let's see how bad James and Tabitha and Daniel were changed. I need each of you to roll a d20 for me.
A D20.
I was gonna roll an IRL one, but I'll roll
7.
Can we hit a 6?
another 8.
Interesting.
We average out comparatively.
So, you're about the same. You did not spend enough time in the third city, and your thoughts, and your goodness, and your willpower is resolute. But you do notice a couple very interesting features. Daniel, you cannot turn your magic off. You are stuck looking just like Angelica, with the same feathery patterns across your skin, the glowing gold hue to your hair, and the ephemeral made of light wings that you are now permanently stuck with. Tabitha, you have found that you have grown chitinous pieces across your shoulders like armor. You have found that your tusks have grown just a little bit bigger, and almost and chitinous armor has crested your brow as if you've grown horns. James, your fingertips are just a tinged tipped green. You feel something like you feel a connection to something that you never felt before, that you could call upon. Maybe it's what magic feels like. Your eyes are a acid green color, and you have streaks of white through your hair, and your when you stand up, you realize you're a little off balance, and your legs seem to have been bent in the form of a fawn's legs. But other than that, and clearly facing madness itself, and probably a few psychological from that, you seem fairly okay.
Just a bit of trauma.
Just a little bit of trauma.
All right. Well, so how was you guys' day?
I'm still in the ball.
Knock, knock, knock.
Daniel, you're out. You're alive.
Walk and talk. Let's get off this bridge.
I'll like it's gonna take like a few moments, and then it just vanishes, and I fall on the ground, and I just like, did we get them all?
Look at
Where
that.
are we?
We all lived.
Yeah, did we get them all? I actually take a look around because I have no idea what happened in the city in the meantime.
That was really hard.
Love the new look, Daniel. It suits you.
Is everyone okay? I look around for, the family.
Gabby and Angelica are still there. And
Oh,
they
thank
look
God.
beat up, but not in peril.
Yeah, Kat's like holding a wound on her side and limping a little bit, but it's just like, I'm fine.
Amelia finds her arm.
She walks over and hands it to
Mhm.
Kat, like, look, looks like you need a hand.
She waves like the limp finger at you.
Kat just laughs. Like the type of like you just have to laugh at the absurd or go insane type of laugh.
Gabby does run up to you and give you big hugs and kisses to see that you're mostly okay.
Can't believe we survived.
Yeah. Well, if you thought we leave you there behind, that you were wrong there all the time. Children
How did you
need to
get
have
me
two
out?
parents.
You doubt us too much, Daniel.
So Bobby this time approaches and she says, well, now that that's over, can you please take the sniveling-nosed brats off my hands and return them to your mortal realm?
I don't know about you guys, but after all this time in the Fae, I'm kind of looking forward to some paperwork.
That's good. Because, well, James, what about you?
What about me?
Do you plan some changes in your life?
Do I plan some changes on my life?
You
Well,
do look
I'm
a
not.
little different there, bud.
I will need to recommend
Yeah.
somebody to run the division. Oh, well,
I
it
kinda-
won't be you, I say to Kat.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm gonna need a room here in the Fey realm. Cause, I got family here after all.
Okay, so that will be you, I say to the A big dog. You still in the form of the big huge wolf?
Yes.
Okay, so that will be you running the department with my recommendation, I guess.
Oh God, you thought I was gonna run the department?
No, just checking if you felt like, I don't know, different. You look different.
Listen. If it came down to, like me or Groff, of course I'd do it. But, I got family here and I look a bit different nowadays.
But seriously, we always been understaffed and underfunded. And this crisis only proves that how wrong that was.
Yeah, kind of needs to be more than a spook squad. Needs to be a spooks division.
Task force.
Exactly.
So much more funding.
Precinct. We need our own building. I mean,
I see
you
where
need
everyone
your
put
own
before
building.
us.
Cat,
Hey, I'm
Can
out
we
too.
deal with all of that tomorrow? Can we just go get tacos or something?
For sure. You've never had a better idea, Daniel.
Let's go home, everybody.
wasn't Marco
we
like
walk
the
off
rookie
in
of
the
the,
sunset?
the group too?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
James
just
and
make-
Marco were the newest people to the
Okay. So
What?
Cat,
you are pining for the recommendation?
No. I was just making sure that I had that information correct. So Tabitha's gone, James is gone, Daniel's not going back. It sounds like. So Cat just takes her badge
I don't know
out
if I'm
and,
gonna go back to work. I think I'm gonna take a long break.
Yeah,
But
that's great because there's a great vacation spot that we have for you.
this is all I know how to do.
We deserve it.
So
So Kat's gonna go over to Marco and just sort of, I guess since Marco's in dog form, just gonna like pat Marco on the back, but in her hand is also her badge, which she just sort of like clips onto his fur, and it's like, good luck, rookie. I think I'm gonna be able to do more good in the private sector. And I've got a long
Oh, so-
vacation to
yeah.
take, and she'll grab like Amelia's attached hand.
this down itself back together.
And
This
tacos
job
sound great.
needs
We should go
somebody
get
real
tacos.
talented and really hero, I say to Marco.
I'll take care.
I
of
was
it.
always just a paper pusher.
Not a man more suited to it.
Or dog.
Yeah, you got that right.
right, should we do
Regardless, a
some
good boy.
epilogues for how we see our characters?
Yeah, I would love to hear what your characters end up doing with their life after this. It's safe to assume you all went and shared a couple of tacos before going your respective ways.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You know,
I
that's just
definitely...
gonna be like this scene where we're all together and we're having fun, and then like as the night closes and we all go our separate ways, that's sort of like a final moment, and we don't see each other for a good while after that.
Yeah,
Like all the
I
good
was,
movies you stand.
I was kind of imagining that it's like, the credits roll and then there's like the hidden last scene and it's all of us eating tacos and it's basically just
And-
whichever
and
Avengers
you all-
movie that was.
and you all fought wrong because after saving the world, there only comes even more work. We need to get the kids home. Jobs first.
Yeah, they can ride the bus.
All right, one more
One more
day.
teleport cat.
One more
I
day.
We'll buy him a Fay taxi, it's fine.
Oh no.
No, actually, Tabitha will convince Kat to so at least then Marco is not quitting the job either yet. So at least, well, maybe James gets some day off now. Tabitha won't give it to herself now. So
Oh,
we need to
goodness.
take care of the kids.
No, the kids will get back fine. But yeah, I do like the idea of everybody like saying a little bit about what happens to their character afterwards. Whatever order you would like to go with, Yaz, on that.
Let's start with
I've got a couple ideas. I can start it off.
Me too.
yeah,
I'm
let's
ready.
start with Marco and then Tabitha.
So yeah, Marco would have definitely taken to heart the whole not just a squad get like a division or like an actual larger gathering. So he would definitely lean on these guys to help him recruit more magic users, or kind of like people who are just more sensitive and able to deal with the paranormal type stuff. But he would essentially end up just running it like a good, I guess I'm trying to say, like a well-oiled machine. Just lots of discipline and lots of paperwork. He's got to make his buddy Tabitha
No
proud.
feelings.
No
like
feelings
a machine.
But yeah, nothing too specific. Just essentially, you'd probably get the novelty would wear off after long enough to where it's like, oh, we got another massive beastie thing that cropped up. All right, we'll send team 4 and they'll take care of it. They know how to do that. And just try and make Deus LA a safer place for everyone. That's all I got.
So cool. Okay. Tabitha.
Can I ask you a question first? What happened in the Deus Angeles in the meantime, actually?
While you guys were trying to find and fix the source of what was going on, there was a lot of destruction. It wasn't so much physical destruction, but there were several murders and deaths that happened. And in the wake of that chaos, it's very likely that there was a brief period of anarchy, like violent anarchy. Anarchy is not violent inherently, but that just a lot of people not able to be controlled by the law went out of their way to cause an absurd amount of harm to other people. So there's a lot of cleanup and counseling.
So yeah, Tabitha will write a massive report pointing out how this all could have been prevented if magic was treated more seriously in the police force, and gives, of course, a very detailed report of what happened. Files her badge as missing because it's official stuff. Writes her resignation from her work. Lots of stuff to write. That would be like this tight stack of papers. Probably it will take over a day to write. Actually, she will probably stop to look at herself in the mirror and notices the changes for the first time. Never. No, don't have time for this. And yeah, the reason why she actually retires is because she knows she feels like she was waiting for some big test in her life to face as policewoman, and that didn't really happen. Maybe the real test was stopping doing this job, because job was all she was. And she really looks to this vacation. And actually, I don't really mean spring court only. Spring court, summer court.
Right.
Autumn with all the harvest and stories.
Food.
Food. It's like this entire world we've ignored so far. And she is something else now, and she can enjoy this other world. She belongs now more to being changed a little. But she fully intended to make good on her sacrifice to the Winter Court.
They definitely take you up on it.
Because that feels like a best sport for retire out of these 4.
I love it. All right, James.
Yes. It's me. Well, whatever epilogue I had in my head before the episode began, it's gone. And so now I must make it up on the fly. So I think James definitely cuts time in half between hopefully being able to stay in the Fey realm and just helping Marco out for a while. It's like, all right, fine. I feel pity. I will help you establish this new thing. But definitely his mind is elsewhere since he has this family member, an actual family member.
Like a
So
distant grandmother.
yeah, even then, I think he looks to establish some sort of connection there. You know, probably spends a few years doing that.
All right.
It's his grandmother. Yeah, I think he does that. I think he sticks around the Fey realm eventually. And if he ever has to do business with the Summer Court, he doesn't, tells him to not call him James there, to call him Charles, because that is his actual name, the name on his birth certificate, and it also pisses him off. So business works better that way.
Cool.
Call me Charles. I hate it. I loathe it. You'll see how much passionate hate I have for that name.
I appreciate every ounce of it.
Well, that's him wrapped. Yeah.
All right, Kat.
So for Kat, I think, yeah, she types up a mission report, so to speak, that basically consists of we left Deus LA jurisdiction. No DSL or DLA citizens were harmed outside of the jurisdiction. Worked with foreign dignitaries to resolve the situation. Some property was lost. Here's the list. That's about it. And then yeah, she puts in her resignation, and goes to the Spring Court, probably with Amelia, assuming Amelia doesn't get pulled back for her work. Spends the full duration of that week there, enjoying herself, and then gets like a PI license and works as a private investigator between DLA and the Face Cities, like hunting
Cool.
down like missing children and kind of like we just did here, and other weird supernatural cases.
Nice.
And that's her the end of her story.
And then Daniel.
So, first, I think I'm gonna be very, very traumatized, and
Fair.
have a bunch of nightmares where I think that they're still trying to get through the bubble, because that's some scary freaking stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be very hovering about my daughter, because I'm scared she'll just again. So I think that's gonna lead us into some family therapy. I do think like me and Gabby are gonna get back together, and it's gonna be rough, but we'll probably make it. Hopefully, maybe. We'll make it so far. At whatever moment we check back in, they're still together. But who knows what tomorrow might bring?
And there is another little Daniel there.
Right? Yep, another kid. I planned on, if I didn't make it, that kid would not actually be me, because I would be so preoccupied with my daughter that I turned the kid into a daughter. So it's just another girl.
Okay.
And maybe we'll name her Danielle, because we're really awkward that way.
I can see it now, Gabby, just being like, you're just like your father.
It's not like she's a clone or anything.
Perfect.
Oh no.
I think I'm gonna try to coach her Angelica's soccer team and be terrible at it, so give that up. And work-wise, I think I'm gonna train the cops that are coming into this new division.
Cool.
They don't just show up and go to work. They go through an extensive training course to prepare them for the job, and I think I'm the one doing that.
Nice. I love it.
I just want to
So
say,
I never go out on the street ever again. It's all desk jobs and training. Like, I'm the police academy. That's it.
Perfect.
Nice, safe job, and then I go home to my family.
we've come so far. We've come so far, and James definitely holds that he saved your life over your head for years.
Fine. You're more than welcome for Thanksgiving and all the other stuff.
Like you might even not even see him for a couple of months, but you'll randomly get a call or a text that's just like, "Hey, remember that time I saved your life?"
Can I borrow some money? I'm like, dude, aren't you a demigod now?
Just saying, just saying.
Good
Those are
stuff.
really nice glasses. Yeah, there. Remember that time I saved your life?
Yeah.
I really need this time off.
I
Just saying.
never go to the Feywild again. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I'm constantly over there, so if Daniel ever needs anything, or if the
No, hard
division
pass. And Angelica's forbidden from ever going there. We're gonna have some big arguments because she's want to go. She'll want to date some Fey person, you know, and we'll be like, hell no.
I
Yeah.
see it only in slice of life sitcom style.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh god, Daniel doesn't want to go over there, so James has to do the awkward like, "Hey, watch out, son. I'm watching you."
Good stuff. What a
Oh,
great
God.
campaign this was.
A lot of fun.
I'm
Thanks so much,
excited
everybody.
that you guys let me DM for you and for the color that all of your characters have given this entire experience. Like,
Yeah,
it's so cool.
this was really great.
Absolutely.
I
Like-
agree.
There was so much great stuff in this episode that I couldn't even begin to think of what's my favorite moment because there was just way too much
Oh,
from
yeah.
everyone.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was.
It was an
Like, I love
ongoing
that we
roller
shoved
coaster.
Marco forward in that one scene. Like, this is yours now. Go nuts. And then it was amazing. Like, he did such a good job there.
Oh goodness. Yeah, as sad as it is, we probably should close it up with our favorite parts of the season and the session and where we can find everybody. Yes, do you want to go first?
Yeah, you know, I will be I'm running a new campaign starting in January. That is inspired by the comic that I am illustrating called Beyond the Wall. It'll take place at about the same time Neon Devils took place, and it will be fantasy absurdism at its finest.
Do you have a good cast for that, or
I believe you're part of it,
I am,
Paladin.
yeah.
There's a handful of people that I haven't gotten to play with that are part of it, so I'm looking forward to meeting new people, and it'll be really exciting. So I think, I mean, if Paladin's anything like if the others are anything like Paladin, it'll be wonderful. And Raven is also part of it. My brain just like blipped for a second.
I
Anyways.
was waiting for that. I was like, oh, is she gonna mention Raven though?
Like, my brain just misplaced that information for a little bit, so both Paladin and Raven will be in
It's
that
a
next
given,
one.
you know. So it's obvious that you that's not the first thing that pops up.
Raven's just
There's-
a part of everything that I do, period. That's it.
Breakfast, you know, all of mowing the lawn.
Oh my god.
So that's where you can find me next. Otherwise, I stream artwork here on Twitch. I don't have a favorite part. Being able to be a part of this,
Oh God. Troll, kill it.
Yep.
I'm on it.
There we go.
Thanks.
So I don't really have a favorite part just because getting to do this period was my favorite part, and being able to be a part of this was incredible. And to have you guys, as such amazing players, just bring to life everything that I had. Absolutely amazing. Like, I can't even think of a favorite part for this session. Like, you guys, we checked all the boxes. That was my favorite part. There you go.
Awesome. And then Econorlax, what was your favorite part of the session, the season, and where can we find you and all that good stuff?
Oh, the favorite part of the session was actually the scene that started with when we got to the breach with all the queens. It was like an it's hard to describe how I like this scene that started after we.
I think I get where you're going. Like the culmination of the preparation, like everyone there and together getting ready to go for it.
Yeah, it feels like we managed something. And as for favorite part of the season, actually, Daniel's Paladin's one-liners. Stay away from my
Yes.
wife.
You stole
the part to play
mine. You stole mine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. And then
So-
where can we find you?
Well, we have a season break between seasons, and then, well, you can find me streaming on my own channel, and in January playing Water, and I'm
excited
streaming
for
almost
that.
daily.
Fantastic. There's the shout out for that too. Awesome. Nate, what was your favorite part of the session, the season, and where can we find you, all that good stuff?
But it's the nail on the head. Like all of it was just a lot of fun, and I think what I liked most about it was that it was something that I could count on almost every week during this crazy time in all of our lives right now. Like this year has been a real whopper, but being able to come and sit down and play with you guys has been really cool, and I very appreciate that. But as far as where you can find me next, I don't really have anything specifically to plug, but I will definitely be around, so you may see me in the future.
Ooh.
When you least expect it.
Yes.
Awesome. Mr. Parr, what was your favorite part of the session, season? Where can we find you, all that good stuff?
All right. Favorite part of the session, man. I did have a moment at the break where I was like, this got to be my favorite moment of the session. But then we had the other half of the session.
I feel like
you
this
can
every
name more
week.
than one. It's okay.
This will be favorite. This will be favorite, and then I forget it.
So I can't remember the line, but it was from Paladin in response to something. It might have been when he I think he said a Spice Girls line. That
Oh my god,
Oh,
yes.
had me
That was
bust up
amazing.
Zig a
laughing.
zig ah thing. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
The worst.
That might be the hardest I've laughed this entire season because I just wasn't expecting it. Caught me so off guard.
The timing was impeccable.
Oh man.
I don't want to do that. That just happens.
Favorite part of the season, man. God, we had a lot of great group banter. Just as a whole throughout the season, I feel. But maybe the first episode is the only episode where it was like, eh. But after that, we took off with it. Where I think we all just really sort of got into what we are characters to be, and just sort of the interactions, sort of relationships between them. I think we really got into the whole party dynamic, to where it was just really enjoyable to just chat about random shit in character.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was all very, very lovely throughout the whole season. So you can catch me on Twitch at Mr. Parr. You can find me on Twitter at Mr. Parr4E. And that, for this season at least, well, not this season, but this campaign is me wrapped. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Paladin, favorite part of the session season, and where can we find you all the good stuff?
There was too much this session that I just loved. Like all the descriptions were just amazing as usual. Like that, the oncoming horde of the scary stuff, flawless. And so much other stuff as well. Just small, big, excellent. The magic, loved it all. I love the jacket. The jacket was gold, right? That moment, amazing. Blew me away. And even that you left it. That sentence, that you're gonna leave this poor tortured goddess just a symbol of empathy. Oh, you know, I'm tearing up just thinking about it. That was amazing. Excellent.
That was.
Like, and I think, like, it's tough between those descriptions and those sorts of things from Econorlax, but I think that's going to be my favorite thing from the whole season. The thoughtful way that you portrayed Tabitha. Like, so much went into that character, and it really showed, and it paid off. And, you know, whatever it's worth that I'm picking you as my favorite, that's what you get.
Thank you.
Much love.
Absolutely.
I'm so sad we're not going to be able to do this anymore.
I know.
But new things.
Yeah.
Another game, another time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get to play with Yaz again next season and Raven.
I love this.
God,
I
she'll
thought-
Wait,
That's good.
Yaz will do like a throwback one shot, and we'll all play like rookies under.
Oh my
into-
God.
That would be amazing.
Have like cameos of
Like 90% hazing, 10% storyline.
Yup.
I love that I got a lot of crying out of the way during this whole campaign.
Yeah.
That was great.
It's good.
Excellent
Um,
campaign. I'm glad we got to do this.
Me
That we
too.
had such an amazing world, and I love that we had Troll in the chat for the whole thing, making just great comments the whole time. You built this thing for us, basically. I mean, you built it for you, but I'm thinking that you
Let
built
us
it for
borrow
us, really.
We're
I
happy to
Shanghaied
participate.
it.
It's much appreciated.
Awesome. Yeah, I had just a ton of fun.
Also, things that you guys don't know is that when I ran out of information or my knowledge base, Troll was right there slipping me suggestions and hints and stuff to make me
What
sound
if you
so
drop
much
an anvil on them?
Oh, that's great. And where can we find you, Paladin?
Oh God, you all next season here again and on so many channels. I'm not gonna name them all. I'm too pooped to plug. So
All right.
just follow me. I'll let you know maybe somewhere. I'm bad at telling people where I am on Twitter. I'll do it on Discord.
There you go. And I will hype up anything that I see that you're on as well. I think that just leaves me. So favorite part of the session. There's a lot of them. I actually really liked how the cat losing her shit scene went. And I really appreciated being like feeling completely comfortable to use a safety and say pause and then talk about it and then play it out. And yeah, it was beautiful. I absolutely loved it. And one of my favorite things about it was just being so comfortable with this group to be like, yeah, I can say that and not have to worry at all. It was great. And then so many different favorite parts for like for Tabitha, the absolutely the empathy with the and compassion with the jacket, and Marco with Baba Yaga was amazing. I
good.
I absolutely loved that. Uh, James being determined to sacrifice himself, and all of us being like, "Nope, you're not doing that. Nope, you're not doing that."
Would have been faster. Just saying. Just saying.
It was great. And then
Yeah,
of
it's
course,
teasing us with that though. Eh? Having
Yeah.
Baba Yaga lead James onto the bridge first, and we're all like, "Wait, what? No!"
Hey, wait a
No.
second.
I was like, what? Yes.
Yeah, that was also beautiful. And then all of Daniel's stuff was every bit of it was amazing. Every time Daniel popped up with a one-liner or grumbling about something or the other, it was just great. I loved the whole thing. And then Yaz, just with all the description and the whole thing was my favorite part. For the season, again with Yaz, the crap you let me get away with Kat, I really appreciate that.
You're
Kat
welcome.
is such a force of chaos, and it was so much fun to be able to just do silly stuff and be able to do that. That was a lot of fun. Tabitha always being the voice of reason in the party. I really
And that suck
appreciated
when
that.
we agreed together.
Right, yeah. Absolutely one of my favorite parts of like, holy crap, Kat and Tabitha are on the same page. What happened? I really liked Marco's like the way that you demonstrated both sides of like Marco's humanoid side and the wolf side. It was never a question that Marco is both. I thought it was represented really well, and I really enjoyed the moments with Marco and Fenrir. I thought those were really, really cool. With James, definitely the constant, are there any redheads? That was beautiful. And I loved the scenes with James at the casino. All that stuff and the things with Magweed. James feels like a very 3D character. With a lot of depth, and I know we always joke that like James is just a guy, but
There's
he's a
so
really
much
cool character.
more too for James that we didn't really get to get into, and I feel really bummed about it, but at the same time, like it was kind of cool to keep that mysterious, just a man
Exactly.
thing.
I think all our
Yeah.
characters knew James is not who he seems to be. I think all characters knew, but the characters had no idea why and what exactly it is.
Yeah, I loved that. And then Daniel's singular focus and one-liners the entire season.
And I love that I lost that singular focus. That to me is just
Yeah.
like how I went into it
Yeah.
so incredibly focused, and then at some point I had to let that go.
But it's
Daniel
just
and-
logical
Bro.
thing.
Yeah.
You can't save your daughter if you don't save the world first, because
Yeah.
she has nowhere to
Yeah.
live.
Does it make any sense? Doesn't work.
I think both Daniel and James as characters definitely grew. Like they came out different characters at the end of the story, and as a storyteller, I think that's the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Probably more than I expected he would.
I also kind of enjoyed the contrast of like Kat and Daniel. Daniel going in so singularly focused, and Kat going in with no focus.
At all, ever.
Yeah, and then by the end, kind of the inverse. I mean, Daniel still had focus, but it was focusing on bigger stuff, and Kat was getting more, zeroed in on like, okay, maybe I should, pick some priorities and, take this more seriously. The whole thing was just amazing. I really loved this campaign, and I'm sad the story is over, but I really liked the way that it ended. And then for where you can find me next, I'll be back here in about an hour for School Days. I'll be producing that one. That'll be the season or the series finale for that one. It's going to be pretty good. And then Saturday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Eastern for the season finale of Animus Absentus. And then there will be a break until January from tabletop, but we might throw a one shot here and there, and I'll be doing some like video game hangout streams, doing like maybe Among Us or Phasmophobia or some things like that. So I'll be around. I'll talk more about that on Twitter. But for tabletop, it's just tonight and Saturday, and then we'll be back back January for the new season, which has a lot of really cool new shows. Other things to share, shout out to sponsors. Grinding Coffee Company. There's a code there in chat for 10% off your order. Fundamental RPG. There's a link there to first edition, and then I'll be doing pre-orders for second edition. Hopefully I'll be able to get all that wrapped up tonight. If not tonight, then tomorrow. You'll be able to pre-order them. And then the actual copies will be available either late January or early February. In February, not early or not late January, and sometime in February. And then also thanks for Intrepid, which is adventuring gear for IRL. Lots of shirts, jackets, like athletic type apparel, and travel mugs and water bottles and lots of really cool stuff. Definitely check that out if you are into tabletop games or just like geeky stuff in general. It's a brand that you'll probably enjoy. And then yeah, I was gonna take us on a raid, but we're gonna be starting with the next show not too long from now, so I'm just gonna close us out here. No sorries needed. I'm just gonna close this out here and yeah, come back in about an hour, and we'll be going with that show. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But thank you again, everyone, for playing such wonderful characters. Everybody who donated and hung out with us in chat and all that stuff. And last but certainly not least, thank you so much, Yasmin, for bringing this whole world to life and working with me on the art as well, which I absolutely love our backdrop and everything, and just being awesome. So thank you again, everybody, and I will see you all in about an hour. Bye, everybody.